I will never leave Edo State. And I will never leave this platform. No matter how you do, I will stand here. I get kake in my body. I wear them. I be stubborn person. No. So, see, we have to, when some people do something, let us acknowledge that person. Oh, so this thing, so in Obaseki regime, so these people we are paying 100 naira. What you will say, oh, this is good. Why 15? You saying 100 naira is small. Don't come here and cry for promises. You making things to go harder for them because you hate Obaseki. I keep saying it. Even people today that are saying, oh, the people that are clapping, hey, yes, this person is working. My brother, my sister, you should exercise patience. Don't run too much. Step by step, don't follow things. If you come to this platform, you follow it. Hey, thank you. Hey, thank you. Thank you, this person. Hey, you have done well. Hey, yes, you keep doing it. I don't follow things that way. The way I follow things, I will look down. I will use my leg and find something that falls inside the water. That's how I do. I don't come here to impress nobody. I don't come here to impress Niger Watch. I come here to sell my mind. I say it the way it is. Because it don't like me, I don't support your own person, your candidate. That's why anytime I talk, some of you attack me. And because of you, I will never go away from this Niger Watch family. I will stand. Anywhere I want to come to platform, I will come into the platform. So if you're crying for masses, cry in a way that when you talk, when you do anything, you say yes. Then if anybody hear you, you say, oh, this person really, you're fighting for us. Not today, 100 naira is more. Oh, take it to 2,000 or 5 or 10,000. So their promises will be crying every day. It's too much. It's too much on us. It's too much. We have to take this easy. And another thing is what? You see, when you don't use annoyance to enter a government. You see what is happening now? Yes.
Please hold on. Mr. Pansat, are you the one? Are you there?
Yes, and Amio. I've been one who got my camera, a new camera where I get to come kick me
sir,
out.
that's fine.
All right.
Thank you, sir. Thank you.
No problem.
Ogashimize, go ahead. Thank you, sir.
Yeah. See, don't use your vaccination or your anger get into the power because you were seeing this person you are seeing it as enemy. Then when you get into power, you make a mistake. That's what is happening to Okpeworo. Don't use that anger to start ruling your state. You're using your anger to start ruling your state and you start making silly mistakes. Even to pronounce word money is hard from you. That's the thing. Shaibu will be somewhere now pushing this man. All of them. Shaibu, what are they? All of them, 3 of them. And all of they will stay one place and be pushing this man, putting fire on his body. Do this, and the guy is making a lot of mistakes because all of them they have anger on them because of the past government. And making this man making him some mistake. No matter they rigged him in. That's due process. Look at him now. You went to you push this local government people. You push them away. You kick them out. They go to the court. Say no. He can't do that. He can't do that. It's not by your power. You can't do it by your own power. That's due process. It's not you that put them. You don't appoint them. If it's somebody that you appoint today, you can say, no, I don't want you. You take that person out. But these people, the way you use vote enter, they rigged you in. These people, whether they rigged them in or they voted them, the same way you get in, that's the same thing they get in. So they have to follow due process. Don't turn a constitution upside down. That's what is happening in Nigeria. All of them, the whole government in Nigeria, they turn up constitution upside down. The so-called constitution they have that they're using to rule Nigeria today, they turn it upside down. That's what they are doing. You don't do things in a way. Some people say, oh, due process is not good. Due process is good. Where you are, there's due process. Stay online. You go to mall. You be online. If you buy something, if you put something you want to buy, you go. You stay online. You can't jump line. That's due process. That's the way it happens. That's the way it does. You go. Not that you go to jump and jump and jump. Come on, man. Nigeria. And again, Nigeria should wake up. Wake up from your slumber. Wake up from your sleep. And stand with Dele Farotimi. This guy has been speaking. In fact, I don't know if something happened, if instead of Nigeria to wake up and say, no, this is the time we will do something. This man has been speaking. So many people is on social media. If I tell you average of Nigeria, everybody have smartphone. Let's say 50% of Nigeria, they have smartphone.
Ogachim is a round up, sir.
So now it's time Nigeria need to take their Nigeria back. Nobody, no one else will do it. Rather, Nigerian people. Thank you and remain blessed. Thank you so much.
Yeah, and thank you, Ogachim. That was very passionate. Thank you. But I don't know. I'm not sure if any person will tell you say you know be from Edo State or whatever. Nobody they encourage that kind of thing for this platform here. And moreover, one of the most prominent man for this Edo State government now, Apostle Casey, I mean Akasi, I don't know what they call. He's from Ebonyi State, from Ebonyi State. But they give him a government vehicle. Now they do waiting Apostle sir, they do for the last administration. It's the same rule book they are all following. Well, thank you so much. And we'll watch out and see if any person will castigate or question the authority you have in contributing to whatever is going on in Edo State. I think we'll watch out for that. Thank you. We move straight to Mr. Black Panther. Black Panther, you want to talk to us?
Yes, so I've just listened to one of our brother shouting on top of his voice.
He didn't make his statements. Now, no,
it was, okay, let me put it, he was yelling on top of his voice on the atrocity in Nigeria. You don't need to yell on the atrocity in Nigeria, and you don't need to be too combatant when people are not in line with your idea, because your idea itself provoked the person that is on ground telling you the truth on the ground, which you yourself refuse to know, because it takes two to tango. When this other person is on ground and is telling you the fact that is on ground, you should consider him more than your fact that is not on ground. That is what I used to say here. Anybody that is on ground, I put them into a very high esteem, because they are a platform where I can really learn more and adjust the kind of statement I put forward for people, because we all learn here. When you are not right, you are not on the wrong path, you are prone to learn too. So when you say people are telling you this, look, Edo State, Benin, they train us with words. They train us with words, and they train us with words of wisdom, parables. So when we speak at times, You might be provoked. You are saying nobody will drive you. But don't let words provoke you, because they are not attacking your personality. They are attacking the statement you are putting forward. That your statement itself is even provoking them, because you are not on ground. And when you speak like a party person, it doesn't augur well with people that have suffered for more than 8 years under a particular government. And they are telling you they are on ground, they faced it, the common facility which Enugu, the Eastern Bloc, has provided, Abia has provided. None is available in their land. They are telling you that this man performed woefully. And you are talking from the perspective of, you are looking at the social media. Take a phone call and make a call, so that they will tell you the fact on ground. It's not coming here to say this person is trying to drive. Nobody's trying to drive anybody. If any, don't you see when Nigeria, you see somebody's on ground now, he's on ground in Lagos, you say, tell us what is on ground, because they are holding the fact. So when we complain about things like that, it makes me I laugh, because there are some words that our parents in Benin have trained us. If you throw them for you go spark like electric fire. So, but that does not make us not to still talk and correct ourselves. We can correct ourselves because we are human. But what Edo State as it is now, I gave Obaseki 20%. The reason is that there are some little things that he has done. He is a human being. But in the final analysis, 20% is more or less you have failed. And the perspective of you making 60 is very lean, because you have to work very hard. And they are not even showing that they are going to work very hard, because they are professing the same message that was professed by Obaseki. The person that is coming in is also professing the same message. So how do I now qualify that person that is going to beat the record of Obaseki? That's the point of, I don't just think like that. I critically analyze things. I don't take one factors to analyze it. I take several factors so that I will not be found wanting. That is what you can't use common sense to analyze these people. Just common sense. No, you can't use it. You have to go deep. You have to go deeper. You have to ask people. You have to take your scale. You have to weigh it. Weigh the things you're analyzing and run your conclusion. That is how I'm trained. So when you come from one perspective, oh, he has done something, what has he not done? You are talking like the politicians in Nigeria. That when they make one broomstick, they'll say they have done something. Even my child have done something. Yes, he has done something. When we give you the mandate to do things, we are talking about doing the things that will affect the lower cadre of the Edo people who have been suffering. Okay, we are talking about this transport issue. They are saying you want to increase the IGR, you want to pay tax. You think, what is the value of 100 naira? My brother, what is the value of 100 naira to what we have in Nigeria now? That's the question. You have to weigh, you have to know that you're going to tax to bring somebody down. But Nigerian people, they are taxing to bring somebody down. But 100 naira is not a tax that you can place on transportation. It's too damn low. We need something that is visible. Something, if you say you are paying in a day, they are paying 300 naira. That is fair enough. But not 100 naira. You got to go there and negotiate. You have to have concrete things. When you are negotiating, it should be in the right direction of what is entailed in a modern in Nigeria now, because the value of our currency is nowhere to be found. I'll round up like this. Nigeria is in a dire need of a good doctor, because it's already in comatose, and we need prayers. When something is in comatose, we need prayers and action. So finally, to everyone, Nigeria is not yet a country. Therefore, Let us all go and research on it, because they train us with words. These are big words. Go and research on it and go and look at the space called Nigeria, which Lord Lugard's wife gave. So go and look at it, and let's form our own country that we can give a right name and be proud of. And if it cannot work, let's separate the shaft from the seed, and let's go our separate way. Thank you.
Yeah, let's go our separate ways. Thank you very much, Mr. Black Panther. Thank you for the perspective on the discussion today. We'll just move to the next person, and that will be Mr. Pansat. Mr. Pansat, it's good to have you back. I know you've been struggling with your network. Sir, you have 4 minutes to talk to us. Thank you very much.
Almost, Mr. Chris. It's a very good panel. Everybody's been speaking eloquently. What I want to do with this short period of time is to touch up a little bit on Edo State complainants, the people who are constantly complaining about the past Mr. Obaseki, Governor Obaseki. I believe Chimezie is a fan of Obaseki based on their politics, on their PDP. What happened to us in the last election where we were divided? You had progressive forces divided between Olumide Apata of Labour and then this one. But actually the people are the culprits. There's nothing new under the sun. We have Governor Obaseki and people in the Roman governor of Judea. His name was Pontius Pilate. He too was a governor during the time that the people wanted Christ crucified. So Pontius Pilate found himself in a precarious position during that trial. The Jewish leaders had brought Jesus to Pilate, accusing him of claiming to be the king of the Jews, which was like a challenge to the Roman authority. That was the crime at that time. So after Christ questioned Jesus Christ, I'm not saying that these things are exact. They are similar, but they're not exact. But it's a position when you have a governor wash his hands off after the people have failed to do the right thing, and they're skirting responsibility, shocking it, avoiding to be responsible, ducking, shrinking, dodging, eluding, neglecting to take responsibility for the leadership and their decisions that they've made. Pontius Pilate washed his hands. Now, that act in the Bible, in summary, is multifaceted. It's an act that is quite rich, both culturally, politically, and has huge theological significance. When that governor, Obaseki, was leaving, he basically was washing his hands. He's not going to be there trying to see which truck or which vehicle this Obebele is going to get. He basically washed his hands and left the place. And some people are saying, even our principal is saying, where is Obaseki? He's gone. Yes, he is gone. He's washed his hands. It's time to reflect and interpret. There's nothing new under the sun. Now, obviously, those who studied this theologically, despite Pilate's attempt to distance himself from that decision, and he's still held accountable, obviously. He couldn't just wash his hands and go, that's true. But we don't have time to really delve into it because it's very multifaceted what it means. I just want to be able to psychologically place him in Pilate's shoes, what was going through his mind. That after he was a governor of that state, the person that should come should be better than he was. But the people sat there and they just went all the way back, just like we did under Jonathan in the federal level, because Edo State is like a microcosm of Nigeria itself. Jonathan should have been replaced by somebody who's better. If we don't find somebody who's better, we keep with him. Jonathan himself also washed his hands. And that is what you're supposed to expect. Nigerian people should stop shirking responsibility. Yes, they're right to point at the futility of this past government to absolve themselves and say, you know what, this is who you want, then I'm going to wash my hands and I'm gone. I'm not even going to care about passing this thing over properly. I'm just going to wash my hands and absolve myself. So that's the kind of circle that we're going through. This will make it for a very big topic, a very good imagery to reinforce some of the big things. Yes, sir.
You want to round up?
Yes, sir. So I would say that you should look inwards. Edo State, look inwards. We're about to have another election in 2027. I hinted at it the other day because I see that we are still a house divided when it comes to progressives. There are big issues to deal with. We should not have a fight between Mr. Black Panther and Mr. Chimezie. Mr. Chimezie is supporting Pontius Pilate, who washed his hands, and Mr. Black Panther supporting the people who are shocking from their responsibility. Thank you very much.
Yeah, well, thank you so much, Mr. Pansat. Mr. Pansat, please keep your microphone open.
Sure.
Yeah, because I was just waiting for you to round up so that I could throw this question to you. But can I say advertently, or inadvertently, if I may add, you kind of answer the question. I already know where you are leading to. You answered the question, but I want you to say it again in clear terms. Now, talking about washing of hands. Pontius Pilate washed his hands. Obaseki washed his hands. And Goodluck Jonathan washed his hands. Do you want to say this hand washing of these three people? Like I said, I already knew, you've already just clarified that, but I want you to say it in plain terms. In plain terms, do you want to say this washing of hands of these three people are the same? For me, I'm going to tell you what my position is. The Pontius Pilate's washing of his hands and the Jonathan's washing of his hands are the same. But that of Obaseki is a completely different washing of hands away from the problem. That is my own view. So can you give light to the three washing of the hands? Can you just tell us
Absolutely.
where they all
I said that they are similar, but they're not exact. And it's sufficiently similar. It's just the psychology of that governor.
No, are they all at the same pedestal? Like I've said, the one of Jonathan and Pontius Pilate, for me, they are similar in every ramification. But the one of Obaseki is completely different in the sense that no. But the one of Jonathan and Pontius Pilate, the washing of the hands, in my own view, is that, well, I be try to help you now. I do everything where I feel do. But since now this person I want, okay, there's nothing I can do.
It's the exact same thing, in the sense that, by the way, this can be found in the scripture, Matthew 27, exactly 27, 24. Look, when the people are shouting, crucify him, that's the people. When you bring Babalola, you have the president already says, I'm going to give Edo State to you, right? And Obaseki is right there watching all these things unfold. It's heartbreaking. You do understand that the APC, they're an evil political party. So the people are not rising sufficiently enough to the good side. If they do, these things won't be happening. I've said it. If I'm in government in Nigeria and I look around, just like what Showore is going through or what anybody is who's fighting for the people. Now, in this case, it's a little better with Dele Farotimi. That's been quite work being done by the people there. But the people don't care. Do you think people like FFK, all those people, they really wanted to be on the right side to fight for the people? But at some point, there's just not enough appreciation from the Nigerian people. They're just right there, lethargic. They could go either way. So when you see somebody wash their hands off, that's what you get is the same thing. It's not exact, but it's similar. You cannot, the similitude, it's passes the threshold to where you don't have to pass it out. All right. The people, it's got to be where the strength comes from. If they're lethargic and they don't care and they're fighting over little things, that person is that governor is gonna wash his hands. Governor doesn't have to be a governor per se, but in this case, it works and according to scripture. So,
It's okay.
Yeah, that's my opinion on that. Thank you very much, Chris.
Please, Mr. Jonathan, please. Mr. Jonathan, please, I want to correct something, or I want to tell Mr. Pansa something. See, you talk about, you see, who I was supporting, my candidate is Afe Babalola. So, in this platform, all these people, some of them here, when they see you're supporting, in fact, they say, oh, we are for, supporting Afe. Oh, to whoever supports Afe, then support governor. So that's what happened in this platform when we are doing campaign. So they now put me aside as a Obaseki supporter, but I take it all the same. Thank you.
Yeah, Chimeze, Oga Chimeze, now when you don't open your microphone, you don't go escape. I'm talking about washing your hands off. You want to wash your hand, come on for this matter. Open your microphone again. Maybe you talk to us 4 minutes. Biko.
My brother, how will I wash my hand out? But the only thing is, I will keep saying what I'm saying. Like, it's better we do the right thing. You see, so that's the only thing I can say on that area. Washing your hands, you see, when you watch past government, you see, and watch what is going on right now, you see that there is so many. There is differ. There is two of them is differ. See this person, the Opawolo himself, that the way his government starts and all those things. You see that it's like and breeze that breeze just come, it just enter somewhere, it will just blow the leaf away. So that's what is going on in Edo State now. Like, okay, you guys already said something like you put caterpillar one place, all those things. You don't use that way. Because, hey, I want to show those states. I want to show them I can do this. No, it's not by your power. There's due process in this life, in government, I'm going to say. There's due process. You can't just come out and get up one day, oh, I commissioned this thing. Hey, I commissioned here. I commissioned here. How many things you want to commission at the same time? Or you want to carry on the project you want to carry on. It's one after the other. Because they want to show, oh, that thing Obaseki don't do, I can do it. Like always people say here, government is continuously. You can never enter. Okay, how many talk can you talk here? If we start, one person start ranting now, till he can rant till maybe 5 hours, he will never stop because there's so many things to talk about. So that's how government is. Government is continuously. So the place this person didn't get it right, you will get there. Don't complain. Don't complain anything. Start your own. Don't go and show them. I want to show off. I want to show this person with that grief in your mind, in your heart. I want to do this. Just start your own. See, a government that work never talk. Just action you will see. Don't talk. Just even you will say, even you can say media. I don't want to see any media. I want to do something. Then after media can come in. So is it? See, there is a secret or there is a way government will do something, not to to doing it to use to do a buga. Just do it in a manner way of people will see. Oh, I don't never know this person will work. But when you start with anger, things will get out of hand. Things will blow off. So for me, no washing pilot hand or no washing in and washing out. For me, the only thing I say is good to do the right thing. Right thing is good. So the truth is good. So for me, let us continue to speak out so that people that will want to hear, they will hear. I don't see the reason why we don't. Yes, I don't see the reason why if this person is not on your side, you keep fighting him, or the submission he give, you don't like him. Man, you can say your own. This life is talk your own. Let me talk my own. That's how it is. So let us start. Let us come together and stop, fighting each other in this platform. If somebody says something, then that's how the person's mind is. My mind and your mind never be the same. My own mind is different. Your own mind is different. The way I talk is different. The way you talk is different. Okay, like Black Panther saying, I say, oh, that man that shout on you. You are the one that you shout too much. But you say it on me, all those things. So when everybody says something good, applaud that person, not castigate the person. Applaud the person. Say yes, you have spoken well. So it is what it is in this life. We don't come to this platform to fight each other. We come here to to showcase people how things would get things done in Nigeria. As we are where we are, things they have put things in place for us. It's for us to take what we learn here to back home, to take it back home, to teach them. This is how this thing supposed to be. You would find things around you. So, I want this kind of thing to be in my country. So, I want to go and develop this kind of building or anything that I see here in abroad. Let me go and do it back home. That's kind of thing we teach people back home the way what we learn here, not fighting each other in this platform. Are they learning it that if you go out there you fight each other? No, that's not right. So it is what it is, my brother. Thank you, Mr. Chris Dublin. Remember, blessed. And if you give me more time, I will speak in another thing next turn. I don't know if we're about to close. Thank you.
Yeah, well, thank you so much. I don't give you much time for this your talk. I just wait till you make me leave you, may you continue the talk. I just say you go reach where you go reach, you go wash your hands. As you not wash the hand now, maybe say the hands more dirty still there. Maybe if God willing, we go give you small time later. May you take wash your hand. The next person are Prince Collins. Prince Collins, so yeah, you need to open your microphone and talk. Thank you, Prince Collins. 1 minute.
Yeah, thank you very much. Regarding this obesity, it's not a Pueblo issue. When I was just talking about. Very sensitive issue anyway, because if you look No, I know some of us they look 100 naira and say, okay, 100 naira is a very small amount compared to the inflation in Nigeria right now. 100 naira might not be able to buy anything or whatever. If you look at 100 naira, if you calculate 100 naira every day, which I know is more than that, that's the least they are paying, because some people will be displaying a good attitude there, because I know all these people, they will still collect up to even 500 or more than that. But that 100 naira comfortably where state government they collect. If you look at in a month, that's 3,000 naira, which is quite a good money for them to collect. It's even high, because they are supposed to, the road is even supposed to be tax free, because the road is not good. Are they fixing the road? In a whole 2, 3, 4 years, they able to grade the internal roadway, all those keke and pep they walk. If you enter all those roadway keke and pep they walk, those roadway link. If you come down for any tied road, then you have to go into the street, because the inter-street roads are not tied; they are rough. If you look at the way the keke and pep they walk for inside, you go sorry for the owners of all these keke and pep. The road is even supposed to be free. The government is even supposed to be paying the people for plying the road at all, because it is serious suffering, perpetual suffering. That to ply Edo road be, especially those internal road. Okay, more talk about if that 3,000, if we say too small, more talk about insurance. Insurance is not working. When you a vehicle that is working in the road is supposed to have, the vehicle that is on the road is supposed to have good insurance in case anything happen, accident. Those of us that develop world, we know the way it is done. Insurance is sure. The government provide an enabling environment to make sure that all these things are working. But in Nigeria, it's not like that. Edo is not like that. What are they doing for the people? Okay, look at the area of roadworthy certification. You know, it's not working. The road vehicle get accident unnecessarily. There are vehicles that are supposed to be. There are so many accidents happening that are supposed to be avoidable. You know, a vehicle that is almost destroyed will still be plying the road and picking passengers and their families and endangering them in the name of commuting. You know, the government is not playing its part. It's when the government is playing the part that we can say, okay, yes, this amount is too small or this amount is too big. Or the other is too big for me. The government is supposed to be paying those that apply this dilapidated, useless road that has no meaning in terms of when you talk about road. Edo road has no meaning apart from those major roads like Ubowo, Ted, Sakomba, first, second, and all those green road, Akwakwava. The other internal road na nonsense. Go look all those keke paper on this way they play. They are destroyed, completely destroyed. Those that are using it, they fall sick when they get home. They have body pains. Many times when I enter that keke pay for house, and then you go to drink paracetamol. So what did they go?
It's called now. Edo road you talk about.
Exactly.
So I want to make sure. Say I want to ask you whether you did Edo road you talk about.
You said?
I said I want just to sure whether you remember when Edo road how you they talk about like this.
Not be Nigeria road. I fear not my place. I said when I carry motor go give mechanic when I did it, I can't attack again. I will shut around. Nobody's in with me. As I reach house, I go drip paracetamol. The more way there, I tell him I will dash out the money. I tell him I owe the check. But pay me. Imagine that kind of person you make up pay which stars just to feed their children. No road. The road. If they repair the road now, they charge people. We know they charge people. What did they charge on the 100 naira for? Because they refuse get up in a day go supply transport for those who never merit. Go supply transport for those way not pay. This money what they use? Okay, imagine the 100 naira video that we're talking about now. Look at the money that the government have gone to borrow in the name of fixing Edo. The money Edo state have gone to borrow. Then they are putting this debt in the head of our unborn children. Who is going to pay it? Is it your pastor that's going to pay the money that you borrow? This is the only benefit that these people can get. These guys are suffering. They can't even feed their children 3 square meters. Those that are driving this vehicle. So charging them up to 200-300 naira is a crime against humanity.
Which governor where will I be about?
All of them, no one they work. What now? The only thing I could tell Okpebolo, say the 20% according to Black Panther, where Obaseki don't do, we give Obaseki, make him improve on that 20%. Make them stop all this now. Agbero just follow Okpebolo up and down like say Okpebolo. What did they happen? You get one interview when I watch. Okpebolo they work out for Isa primary school for secondary school for that secondary school where they this road this junction there for Saple Road. What do they call it? Agbero them Agbero just shout. Governor, action governor with the police bush. Hey, action governor. Which kind of nonsense be that one? Hypocrisy, psychophancy. Now that they celebrate for them, now that they make them this man confused. The small brain will get they blow and they make them feel too comfortable. You don't know what they do again before you know they steal all the money. All those people around that they are all criminals. They are all criminals. So these guys should settle down. Or Shomole now we did it now. All the 3 years, 8 years where this guy take where Shomole where Obaseki take stress with Shomole where they take their personal issue. All those things, all those years we waste. Now you want collect so where they use up where you see this government, it go worse past Shomole. I mean Obaseki, it go worse because what me they see, people never able to see them. What me they see. No government for Nigeria except they put the justice right. No government for Nigeria go come. We go better pass the one we come out. Like just look at from since 1999 Obasanjo regime. We should have come out with better pass the one we did. Okay, then I want change. How I want change? You know go. So the money where they pay. So look at what Agberos. The only thing where I just like for Obaseki regime, all this Agbero, this you know they all this Agbero. Now public news they create to. They give people high blood pressure. They give commuters those that are they had the tension of commuters. They replace the those that are transporters. They place transporters, the common transporters in a high tension. Most of them are depressed. They are giving these people health issues. They should clear them away. They should get out from there. If not let that one Obaseki do it, it's enough for transport people. Now these are made a task. What did they do? Huh? They just add problem, just people problem. I beg my brother, we call another person.
Alaji, don't rest. Oh, I remember those days for nuts. They would say Alaji, don't rest. Miss Collins, you don't rest. Miss Collins, in all sincerity,
It's annoying.
Because for me, sure, I like her, but the thing they make me laugh on one side, you know. The thing they make me laugh on one side, you know, and in all honesty, Prince Collins, you see the problems where you listen, they are all contemporary problems. What they call backlog, as in carryover. Now all of them be. All those infrastructure where you talk about, so all of them be. I'm not sure whether we need to take any blame for of those things now. That's number two. I don't see.
You understand?
Yeah,
job. They should leave the transport work inside that environment and enjoy their money. They should leave them alone as much as they're not ready to work. They should not leave these guys alone.
Just my view, not this guy.
No, I understand. As much as they are not ready to fix these things, they should leave these guys alone. They should drive all this Agbero, make the entire house. You see what your Obaseki just do? Nobody did ask this Agbero money. You say, Agbero go sit down. Who want work? May go drive bus. He better pass. They go call somebody. Okay, who be no molest now? We will come out now. Go to collect 1,500 for somebody. Wait, you don't buy money for. That's why you not for. Go to 1,500 for you.
Yeah, well, I get your point, but I want to try is, yeah, I don't make the first. But the second one, it matters. So the date of that. So these people say,
Mr. Chris, there's a lot of static. I don't know, maybe somebody, we can't hear what you're saying.
Prince Collins, turn off your microphone. Yeah. So Prince Collins, you see, for me, I will try the for this matter. I don't really talk where I want stand. I no go any step we take that is wrong. I go criticize her immediately. But overall, on a global scale, I no go judge them now. It's completely wrong to judge governor we just come in trying to settle down. I no go judge them now. But any faulty step we take, where people talk, make correction, still continue. We go they talk about them steady. But to get where it go reach, and I go just cover my eyes to everything when they do. Now criticism all true. Because at that stage, it could have been clear that this man is not going to change. He's just going to continue in his old ways. In all sincerity, that video was played. Because some of all these things, I don't know, we just need to listen to whatever is being played. The people say, then say, may they begin the pay, say they want to go complain to governor. So I'm not sure whether this one don't concern Okpebolo. Assuming I hear them talk, say they don't go tell governor not do anything. In every state, people will always be coming up with stuff like this, then the governor will come and intervene.
You know where the governor forget, Mr. Chris? You know where the governor get for?
Yeah.
By this one, governor way wants may get peace, may start where. Go just first suspend all these aburism, put them for suspension, put just tell them say for now, anything that has to do with collecting money from vehicles and transporters and whatever should be suspended until further notice. There are words you use that will make people calm down, that will make people know that yes, you are setting a pace. Don't just allow people to
But
float.
during the time, I get one time now, about 1 month ago, when they showed those videos for where we put the brandish of Agberu people, the old guards, then they find it difficult, made them take exchange, what they call them, made them take exchange a baton so that made the new people take over. But this governor come out now, he can't resort to court buying. He come out now talk, say if he see anything like that happen again, any person that has linked to it, they're not going to only arrest the person, but the person, family, house, everything. They will go there and destroy everything. And
Let
that
me
one,
get a point of order from you, Chris.
sorry?
Are you a moderator or are you a timekeeper on this? I didn't think that my 4 minutes was long enough, but Madam
No,
Rita has been waiting for a long time, and you
no,
spend a lot
Mr.
of time.
Ponsat. I don't know if Mr. Ninja Watch is listening so that he can display your time. I think you spent 6 minutes going to 7 minutes.
Okay, all right, no problem. But we have to have equal time here. Madam Rita is
Okay.
waiting as well.
It's very good you mentioned this. Now, Black Panther should be you here. Because Black Panther, you get one day where I give somebody extra time. I try explain to panel. They say no matter, just continue. I say no. So they do anything, you have to say it so that people will know exactly what you are doing.
No, I know say no matter, but I just say the person was driving home some point and wanted him to land so that you don't cut him short.
So it's very important, Mr. Pansat, when somebody is giving extra time, it's good to explain the reason why instead of just leaving it in my memory. So we will continue. I can see, give us our mandate. People don't ask if you tire. And welcome to the show. We'll come to you shortly, but we will want to make Madam Rita talk to us first. Madam Rita, I beg, make you open your microphone. Finally, don't come to you. 4 minutes, make you talk to us, Madam Rita. Mama H.O. don't stick. Madam Rita, are you there?
I'm here. Thank you, Mr. Chris. I thought you forgot me. I don't know the pattern in which you went. It's like I was first, and it's like people have spoken 2 or 3 times, like Black Panther and Prince Collins. I've heard them 3 times speak, and
3 times.
Yes, and this is my second time speaking. But that's fine. That's okay.
Possible. It's 2 times each.
That's fine. Thank you very much, regardless. And Mr. Elvis, I want to say thank you again. Mr. Jimmy, I love your enthusiasm and your passion. And Mr. Pansat, there's something you mentioned. APC is a very bad party. That was the bad side. So I'm asking you, which is the good side? Mr. Pansat, if you can answer that, I appreciate it, please.
Oh, yeah, thank you very much. The way I am looking at the people, when they go to the polls, we pretty much know who they voted for. The people are savvy. They voted for the Labour Party. That's a good side, a progressive polity. Now, I know your time is limited, so let me just borrow 30
You have
seconds.
answered the question now, so let me move
The
along.
question is the people.
Mr. Pansat,
Yeah,
yes,
but just hold on 1 minute. I'm saying if we come to where we are now in survival of the fittest, which is what's happening in Edo State and in Nigeria, when you were in that phase of the survival of the fittest, you can be nitpicking. That is a state that's the state you're in when somebody muscles himself into office without the mandate of the people. So you can't fall back and start judging what Obaseki is doing. This it's a survival of the fittest. I recommend that you go and look at the works that were done way back in the 1800s.
Mr. Pansat, thank you very much. Hello? Okay, I guess it's off.
Natural selection and
Mr.
survival of the.
Pansat, you're cutting off. Mr. Pansat, you're taking my time, please. I would like to speak. Thank you very much. You answered my question.
Okay, go ahead. Go ahead.
Thank you very much, sir. Yes, I'm just gonna say a few things about the video Mr. Elvis played about the drivers complaining that they were paying 100 naira before. Now it's 1,500 naira. I can't really. The story to me is not clear because different people will say different things. I'm hoping that there will be some sort of clarification going forward, perhaps before Christmas or after after Christmas Day. That's all I'm going to say about that for now. Yeah, for now. Now, there's a story that Mr. Elvis played. I think he was very dark man. Was talking about what happened to Paul Pogba, the footballer. I would liken what happened to him to what happened to Joseph in the Bible. That's the son of Jacob. I think that was his last son. And his elder brothers were very jealous because Joseph was his father's favorite. And so they decided to sell him. So everything that has particularly happened in the Bible, the stories, it's not, and we kind of seen it happen in our time. You might not hear some stories because you can't know everything, but there's some things that you hear every day, and maybe in your personal life, you just kind of um, reflect on stories of the Bible, like, this has happened before, and this won't be the last time. The thing here is, how do you handle betrayal from family members? There are different stages. It's very, very unfortunate that happened, and I must commend I don't know if it was it happened in Africa where I've forgotten what African country is from, or it happened in Europe where their investigation reached to the point where they found out the culprits, and it's such money breaks families, money destroys families. Money is good, right? But the love of money is the root of all evil. And we've talked about it. I have spoken about it here. There's an old man that told me something. There are two entities. It's good and bad. And we all know what is in the side of bad. Jealousy, strife, evil thoughts, and all those things. All those things that are not good, And then in the side of the good, we have, love, kindness, respect. Everybody knows good and bad. God has given us that conscience to decipher between those two entities. Now, what you become is what you feed. If you keep feeding into hatred, if you keep feeding into jealousy, if you keep feeding into having bad thoughts towards somebody, kidnapping and all that, that's who you become. So the same goes for, so it just depends on, you are aware about this issue is there. Your brother obviously is doing better. He's more loved than you, perhaps even more popular than you. So you now decided that, for me, I believe that the devil uses a willing heart, because when the devil sees that your heart is willing, it's easy for the devil to influence you. So that jealousy didn't just start just all of a sudden. It's been a long time his brother was feeding into that jealousy, that obviously he convinced his friends, because I don't think those friends will have infiltrated if the rat in the house did not tell the friends outside that there's a bigger piece of cake in the house. So you see that jealousy of his brother. This is my own personal analogy. It didn't start, I don't think it started with this football thing. With this popularity of him playing football and making a lot of money, it didn't start now. The sky is big for everybody. Your younger brother or younger sister might be more beautiful, or might be more popular, or person might be richer, or just be successful in their business or whatever it is that they are involved in than you. It doesn't mean that you are less of a person. So that's why we need to be very, very careful. Sometimes they say something's bad, you look within you first before you look outside. Poga's brother brought his friends, convinced his friends that this guy is selfish. Oh, he's greedy, he's this. It wasn't one day. It's something they discussed over time. He convinced them, and they're like, okay, yes, he's not even helping us. And we were there for him. They probably paid for his first ticket. They probably paid for his first shoes that he bought, when he went professional, stuff like that. And they felt like, oh, somebody convinced them not to say he didn't do well, so let's just do something to get. And they really thought they were going to get away with it. You see, that's what hatred does. It makes you look stupid. It makes you look foolish. Wickedness just makes you don't see it, but the people outside the box think that you're just being stupid or you're being foolish. Like what's happening with Dele Farotimi now? You see all the intimidation and how they're using, the judiciary and all the sounds that they were supposed to be speaking everywhere. There's a deafening silence amongst the judiciary about this Dele Farotimi case. There's a very scary, deafening silence. It speaks large, it speaks so loud, but it's silent, but it speaks to so many things. But you see what they're doing? They're going one step after the other, incarcerating this guy, kidnapping this guy, making him feel like, forcing him, trying to bend his hand to apologize or pressure him and all that. But it's not working. So now, because of the public pressure and the way the public, they're all talking about how out of touch and wicked they are. Now they say, okay, let us release him on bail. However, we're going to gag him. So they look stupid. It's like they're going into the abyss of stupidity more and more. They can't just see it. So it's the same like what Paul Poga's brother did to him. They didn't realize that. Yes, sir.
Under 30 seconds.
This is very short because people spoke longer, but it's okay. I'll just go by the. A lot of people spoke longer, Mr. Chris. I was timing people, and you very well know that, but it's okay. It's okay. So it's very, very painful. Money has kind of divided the family. Let me put it that way. And I really pity their mother to really see this is what's happening. Even the Paul Poga, like who can he trust? If his brother does this, who can he trust? It's sad. It's not just about the money. It's just, you just look deep into it, like, I feel really bad for him. And another thing, sorry, the very dark man was saying, like, most of you who get to a certain position, I think there's a parable that says that if you are the only wealthy person in your family and every other person is still poor, or everybody around you is poor, you are still a poor person. But sometimes there's some families that do well and they help a sibling, they give them all the money to start a business, and the sibling doesn't manage that money well. So it makes it seem like he's not helping. Perhaps he helped his friends. They were just greedy. They were just convinced by the brother who was already jealous for a long time, to take more, to make him look like he's a selfish guy. So there's a lot of optics to what really happened to him. But at the end, I really feel bad for him, because at this point, it's like, who can you trust? Who can you trust, really? When you make money, who can you really trust? It's very, very sad. But we have to learn from every story that we have in the Bible. But I believe in the spirit of forgiveness, because forgiveness kind of releases you from the pain of betrayal. Forgiveness releases you. And forgiveness doesn't mean that it's peaches and cream after. I forgive you from your heart, so that you can have peace within yourself and leave the onus on the person. And for the rest of the person's life, perhaps, they'll probably feel guilty if they realize remorse about what they did. But it can never be the same again. But I forgive you. So Paul Poga, if he needs to have peace within for himself, he needs to forgive his brothers and his friends first, and then just move on with his life. And, it is what it is, sadly. And thank you very much, Mr. Chris.
Yeah, Madam Rita, thank you. You finally washed your hands off for the matter. Well, as at that time you said your time not reach anything, you've spoken for nine minutes.
People like Black Panther and Prince Collins, when they interject, and
No,
even Mr. Panzer, they talk for more than 20 minutes. No, it's true. I mean, we're all here now.
Madam Rita, you
Madam
don't
Rita,
spell
wait.
true now. You
Madam
don't take.
Rita, we're all
You
here.
don't take one.
Black
You
Panther
don't
will
take your.
interject,
Madam Rita,
and he will
wait.
speak for like 5 minutes. Prince Collins will interject, and then they continue again. So they speak for what, 20 minutes?
Madam Rita, wait.
Even Mr. Elvis is quiet. He knows what I'm saying is true.
Okay,
No, he doesn't
Rita,
know.
but
So
now
when Madam
you
Rita
they
is
collect.
speaking,
Now you they
you have
collect
spoken
favor
for
pass
too
for here.
long.
Oh.
You have spoken for too long. Come on, man.
wait. I
Yeah,
It's
forgive
okay. Oh. We are not a worry.
you.
we just leave you
Now
because
they complain.
you let woman deal with us. You meet up with you, like, deal with us.
I dey make adjustment for all those things. Madam Rita, the discussion wey you and Pastor
Our
get.
system they make noise.
Somebody keeps telling me making noise. Mute yourself.
Prince, now Prince.
Prince Collins, can you mute yourself, please?
Okay, can you hear me now?
Hey, you are clear now.
So maybe
But
Okay.
beg.
Maybe because I
But
put
it
my
cannot be clear. Let me tell you, this is how it works. When I'm talking like this, you must mute yourself, Oga Prince Collins. When you want to speak, everybody else must also mute themselves. That's the only way it can work. When someone is talking, Oga Prince Collins, you unmute yourself, there will be noise. When Prince Collins is talking, anybody on the panel unmute themselves, then there will be noise. So I don't know who is talking. Oga Chris.
Yeah,
Over back.
Mr. Njawas, thank you so much. Like I was saying, Madam Rita, we rest assured. Yeah, the time I dey make those adjustments. Nobody don't talk for 4 minutes. Nobody. Everybody more than everybody. Your own Madam Rita specifically 11 minutes. I need talk 11. So
I beg,
we will
Mr.
continue.
Chris, if somebody asks
11
somebody,
minutes.
Do
if
you know
somebody
that
asks somebody a
Mr. Pansat
question,
was also speaking in my
no,
in
if
fact,
somebody asks somebody a question, is that an interjection? Madam Rita
Yeah.
asked me a question. I answer her. He say an interjector. I am
Okay.
too smart to interject, Madam Rita, because I know wear helmet to cover my skull, make me break my head.
Okay. I beg, when we continue the kind discussion, what I want
Mr.
keep
Pansat.
by this, Madam Richard. The kind discussion, what I want start by this time of the day. And then we go take us reach
Master,
7.
what kind of payment to do what?
I just tired, Mr. Chimese. Ask him.
Make una wait now. Everybody go begin open their microphone. Mama H.O., I don't know whether you still did there. Mama H.O. be open her microphone, but unfortunately, I don't already call Madam Rita. And Madam Rita was already complaining. Mama H.O., if good. 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 Give us our mandate. I know it's not you fair come, but just hang on. Mama H.O., and talk to us. Welcome back. 4 minutes.
Hang on, I no worry. I go hang my boots on, no worry. Just continue. I go hang
Thank
on.
you. Give us
Thank
our
you.
mandate.
No
Mama
worry.
H.O., 4 minutes. Talk to
We'll
us.
come for you
Welcome.
after. We have your mother in judiciary.
Yeah. Welcome, Mama H.O.
Anyway, the year is ending, so I want to say compliment of the season to every one of us. And as we round up the year,
I think my show don't sleep on tele since now.
now the ones I talk today. Oh.
Sleep for where? You dey listen for background.
So in rounding up the year, compliment of the season to everybody. Enjoy yourself and prepare for next year because we have to fight. The battle of Dele Farotimi just began. And looking at how much Yaya Bello looted, and they just collected 500 million, 800 million for bail. So what happened to the remaining money? It means we may not hear anything about it anymore. We don't know. And when you even think of all the money they said they'll be recovering, what happened to them? We don't know. But the question is this: what is the way forward? The way forward is to take our office very serious in this coming year. The office of the citizen of the nation, which you and I belong. We have to take our office very serious and we have to do the needful for us to be able to rescue our country. I don't have much to say right now. So good night, everybody. Enjoy your break. Guys, if you dey go Benin go chop, you better send my own come on. Now you announce, and so I go hold you. And for our sister, everything is going well with Deborah. The first surgery is successful, and she's going through her healing process, and the final one will be done when they are back from break. So thank you, everyone, and continue to put her in your prayer. Thank you to everyone that contributed to this journey. May the good Lord continue to bless every one of us. In Jesus' name, amen.
Amen. And thank you so much, Mama Hicho. And thank you for coming back to come and add your voice to the discourse. And thank you for the update on Agio Deborah. And our prayers go with her. So please, everybody, you can say a word of prayer for Agio Deborah if you can. And thank you so much. So give us our mandate. Finally, we've come to you. Give us our mandate. You don't tell a lot of people will be asking after you, even today. But
you go enjoy vacation, come back, not mind them.
We'll be happy to have you back. Give us our mandate quickly. Panther, you want to turn off your mic? Good. And give us our mandate. It's not immediately available. So give us our mandate. Give us our mandate. I want to switch to another section now. So give us our mandate. Unfortunately, give us our mandate. No, it's very funny. So we don't close, though, people. I don't know. So anything will go happen from here now. Nigerians, I go determine.
Give us our mandate. A very funny character. Never close. Let me talk on this.
No,
last
wait,
one, Mama.
no, wait. Make una listen first. Wait, Ogachimeze. Anything will go happen from here. Now, Madam Oga Nigeria watch. Now I go determine. You know, see that bell, bang. I happy say all of us quick talk before that bell ring. So
that man no go ring am. He want us to go 1 minute.
Now our business is done. So waiting go happen now between everybody. Now 1 minute we go take talk so that make it go round. Black Panther, make it start. No wash your hand, come out for the matter. Oh yeah, 1 minute.
You dey call
I don't know.
Panther?
See this man, I said a different character. This man, give a chance, I beg. You cannot compare me.
Give us our mandate. You don't buy on our time. You don't buy everybody time automatically. For the fact that then let him come in at this time and now he's ready to talk. Give us our mandate. We don't greet you since we say we are happy to see you, and I said that a lot of people have been asking after you, and I think they will be happy to listen to you because you are a special voice. You have your own constituency, so please talk to your constituency.
Yeah, thank you very much. They'll be glad to hear me, but you muted me now. Now you want to give it to Black Panther again.
You know, give us our mandate.
Don't let me join these people to be asking.
Give us our. I beg you, go help me reply. Give us our mandate.
You are too controversial. They were calling you since you did not answer. What is wrong with you?
Hey, Oga, Joko.
I even slow down. Give us our mandate. Fire.
Thank you very much, Mr. Chris. You want to give my book to Black Panther for defamation and
I be your brother now. You my neighbor now. You should be your own self.
Okay, I greet everybody. Okay, I don't forgive you now. So mute your mic. Let me speak now. Thank you very much. Greetings to everybody. Mr. Elvis, I greet you. I know say you don't eat a lot of black soup for that Nigeria where you did. So now God will protect you, they shield you, cover you with his blood, protect you and your family, bless you more. In Jesus' name. Mommy Diaspora, I greet you. I know Mama never sleep. This kind of mama, I love you past Madam Rita. Mommy Diaspora, I love you past Madam Rita.
Don't go there. Don't go there.
I know say make you unmute your mic now, Madam Rita. I say I love Mommy Diaspora past you.
I said don't go there.
Okay. Mr. Chris, I love Mommy Diaspora past yourself. So I mean, thank you very much.
Give us a mandate. I must intervene. My own is okay. You know, say if Madam Rita they panel, nobody they use that word.
Okay.
You know.
I comment my reserve. Thank you very much.
Good.
Greetings to everybody. Well, I mean, it's love, love year, one love, one family, one country, one nation, under God. Thank you to everybody on the comment section. I greet everybody. Thank you everyone for asking after me. I'm here. I'm always listening in. Body and souls still intact. All glory to God. Thank you very much, Abu Aze, Peggy Modi, Emmanuel Johnson, Madam Irene Finest. I greet everybody. Thank you so much for
You
holding.
will suppose to fine 5,000 naira for your late coming. They talk there.
Ah,
Yeah,
good. You
here.
have made it 10K.
Mr. Chris,
Exactly. I beg go and hide
Mr. Chris,
yourself, my
who is
friend.
speaking now? Why do you
And
allow
I
him
say,
to
now
meet?
the person will open door for you, assuming no open door for you, nobody for hear
Why do you
you.
allow him to omit his? Why do you allow him to omit his mic?
Now
Were
he
you the
open door
moderator?
for you, we for not hear you.
The person wey talk now don't chop beg retire. You want go Benin go chop owo and wetin you want
But
chop.
why did you
You
guys
say I be
allow
like
him?
you, they eat a burger for Texas.
Wetin you dey chop for Lagos? No be mama put.
Now, who
Black
Better food dey
Panther,
Bobby?
for Lagos.
Black
Now, who
Panthers.
Bobby I eat this
Yeah.
afternoon? Who
I take
Bobby?
like I take. It's in a boga. It's in a
Better food dey for Lagos. No your mama put.
Men and food. Men and food. Now what?
Well, thank you very much, Mr. Elvis. I hail you. Twirly for you, Mr. Elvis. Thank you very much.
I greet you, my
Well,
brother.
on the issue of Dele Farotimi, right, Madam Rita, there's no other way to say it. It's just that when these men they cannot cover their shame, they dance in public. It's just so sad. Now you have no case against this person. Now you want to gag him, 30 million naira bail. I think somewhere I was reading. I don't know how true that is. That they said it should not campaign for Peter Obi. Maybe if I'm correct, I think somebody said that they said it shouldn't. Is it speak for Peter Obi or campaign for him? I don't know.
You
Maybe
should
that
not speak in public. That's all.
it should not speak in public. So the last time I checked, do we have freedom of press in Nigeria or not? Why are these men? Why are they dancing naked? Honestly, these men they are shameless. They are trying to settle the situation, but in the course of doing that, they are making more mess and mockery of themselves. And I think when I'm all what you said is just right on point. You're trying to salvage the situation, either make him beg you, make him apologize, um, 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 take the book out of circulation. But in the course of trying to do that, you are making more mess. As it stands today, the man that Afe Babalola has, in a way, or not in a way, the legacy he has laid for several years with just this one act has been destroyed. And so that's why it becomes so interesting for people to be very careful. You cannot stop this man. It's just like you are telling that, okay, the knowledge and the wisdom that God has given you, don't see anything. Just go mute. How can you say a man should not speak publicly or address the press? So if he's being released on bail now, he should not address the press on what he faced in the jail. Or come on, these men are shameless. They are so shameless, and it's just so sad that this is happening in Nigeria. But mostly it will happen because who do you have as the president? Who are in legislature? Who form the executive? Who form the judiciary? All of these things it shows the decadence or the decay that we have in the Nigerian system. You're gagging a man not to speak in public, not to talk to the press. Are you taking away his right? Is there no freedom of speech anymore in our constitution or in our law? They are saying I should not speak. I think for me, Dele Farotimi himself, after he's done with everything, should sue the Nigerian police and then sue Afe Babalola. And let this whole thing continues. Nigerian police have to be sued. One. In fact, I think for everyone that was in that office that day that they took their phone, they can sue the Nigerian police because they took up their personal property. They took their means of communication, trying to silence them. In the course of doing these things, you just show the international world that of a truth, the Nigerian judiciary is not only corrupt, the Nigerian judiciary is a bedrock of corruption. With what they are doing today. In the first, there was a video of a man that I saw, one of the Afe leaders. I don't think any other person can speak better than the way that man spoke. Without any fear, without any corner or trying to claim his word. No, he spoke it right on point. So for me, I think they all should just enter house, like my narrator would say, and allow Dele Farotimi to just breathe, because this guy don't have any offense against him. In fact, as a matter of fact now, Afe Babalola is the one that now should be sued and be made to pay damages to Dele Farotimi, including the Nigerian police. So for me, I don't think there's anything to say here that you cannot take his fundamental human rights. You cannot ask him not to speak. Dele Farotimi deserves the right to speak to whoever he wants to speak, whoever he chooses to speak to. You don't have that right to tell him he should not address the press. No. He reserves the right to speak to whoever he chooses to speak to, including the international body or international world. So, no more to say for me than to close it here that you cannot take a man's fundamental human rights. In Nigeria, we have free speech. You can speak at any time. You can speak to whoever you want to speak to. Nobody should be able to gag anybody. Thank you very much. I yield the mic.
Give us our mandate, and thank you so much. It will appear that you timed yourself by yourself. And thank you so much for sticking to the time. So we spent just about 7 minutes. Yeah, so we'll just continue on the broadcast, like I said, and just 1 minute, so that I know we have so many thoughts flowing around our brain. So let's use this 1 minute to try and compress everything, and so that I can call it a day. Can I start with Ogachimeze? Ogachimeze, please open your microphone. Talk to us for 1 minute, sir. Thank you.
Yes, Chris Dublin, thank you, my brother. Thank you for helping to moderate always. I greet everyone once again. I want to talk about the video. I don't know. I think maybe some of us already talked on that video, but let me say something about the video. The man that went to break the family. You see that one, what that man is doing. I understand the man that I don't know his name though. He's trying to clean up his CV. You see, after all those names he called, he said his committee. You see where he's going? His committee. So he's looking for a job. So that's what that man is doing, calling all those names. We all know that those people. How many of you don't know what all those names? That we always call their name here. They are criminals and armed robbers during Buhari regime. So now all those names he's calling because he just want to clean up his CV and he want a job.
That guy is a former House of Rep member.
Eh?
That guy in House of Rep member before.
Oh, before. You see these people. But when he was there, did he mention all of this? Did he do anything? Did he say anything? Okay, please, can anybody know, if you know this man, can you please bring out all what he was doing in house? All his, what he did. Eh?
Ogachimeze, time not to do for that question when you ask me.
Oh my God. All right, I know. You see, these people, this Nigeria, you see, when they cross river, if they cross river like this, say, oh, anything. But when you are inside the river, or when you are inside something, you can't even speak then. It's right now you want to speak. You fail to speak then. Now he will clean up your CV so that you will start. Come on. Oh gosh. That video. We know, Mr. Man. We sit down. Thank you.
Ogachimeze, and thank you so much for that your submission. I get something to talk about that man, but may I leave him first. Maybe we just call the next person. Black Panther, may you use the 1 minute to talk to us.
Thank you, my brother. God bless
Thank
you.
you, sir. Thank
I
you,
want
sir.
to say something concerning the IG shot. That man is a dagbo. When I say it's a dagbo, Nigerian go understand that. And Olodo. You don't have the right to arrest somebody on abuse because it's not part of your law. And you don't have the right to make a law on the country because you were selected, not on merit even. So on that ground, when I don't fear anything, he can't arrest you. He's just trying to put fear into your mind. And I want to go to the footballer that is brother. That thing is happening. And there was one word our brother said at the end. He said, if you get very rich, sometimes you got to apply wisdom or wisdom. And that is one key word that I took from there. It is better. People should be wise. Apply wisdom. Because I have seen somebody that Nigeria made very rich. But that man, I met at this personal experience. I don't want to mention his name. Very, very stingy. But Nigeria made him who he is. But he is a very, very stingy man. You see, sometimes it might not happen to somebody that is not stingy, but it happened to some people many times. It happened to people that really, exercise love towards people. It happens to them all the time. But neither with all that, I believe that word that very dark man said, in everything, we should try and apply wisdom so that we avoid so many things. Apply wisdom. Don't believe that because people say, Ori Agboria. You shall say, Ori Agboria. Now, person where they inside, now they open the door for outsider to come in. That's why I said that woman that they imprison his child for stealing a fowl. There's somebody inside. That was one word that I said. There's somebody that have interest in that case. That was why that case went like that. Because because of foul, now they put out death sentence. It's not possible. There's something inside that happened that they need to investigate and bring all the perpetrators out. I want to say at this junction, I want to thank Nigeria Watch, thank Mommy in Diasporas, and I will say you people are simply the best of Nigeria. God bless everyone and keep us in good health. And Merry Christmas and a prosperous, glorious, fantastic New Year to everyone and to the fighters, people that fight for Nigeria. That blessing is for you. Thank you very much.
Yes, thank you so much, Black Panther, for that prayer, and the blessings also goes to you as well. We continue. We want to call on Mr. Pansat. Mr. Pansat, you are still there. Please, open your microphone. Thank you so much, sir.
All right, thank you very much, Chris. Mr. Chris, doing a good job. I'm not going to complain today. I think you cut me short a little bit. It's only because you wanted to chime in. I understand that my analogy of Obaseki with Pontius Pilate gave some kind of imagery that even had Madame Rita rattled in the private section. But let me say that one of the things that we're going to have to do here is to go up to a higher level. When we're discussing some of these issues, my first submission here talked about our central nervous system itself. And then in the last commentary that I made, I didn't quite get to where I was going to talk about survival of the fittest, which is where we're heading. It's a state, by the way. If we jettison democracy, which appears to have been the case, the people are not allowed to pick their leaders. That's not commonplace I don't think there's any serious person who would doubt that's what's happening. They're not letting the people pick their leaders. At best, they let it go all the way to the Supreme Court if we're that lucky, and then that's the body. And it's an Islamic tenet, by the way. It's an Islamic tenet. They don't believe that leadership comes from the people. They believe that it comes from God. And but nobody could talk here, even here. I use a beautiful imagery here. I was talking about Pontius Pilate, how it was similar but not exact to some of these leaders we have in the country, like Obaseki, Jonathan, people like Peter Obi and Showore have not given up yet. People like Dele Farotimi have not given up yet. But if they came from the street, they would have given up. Those who come from the street do give up. Like FFK, they were fighting for the people, and then they said, these are a bunch of losers. They don't care. So let me go on the other side and make some money. So when I said there was a similar, you yourself asked me, oh, they're not the same thing. And you gave an example such as after Pontius Pilate washed his hands, then he went to use the restroom. But after Obaseki washed his hands, he went to the market. Yeah, but they washed their hands is the point, not what they did afterwards. So now, what I want to do, why I come on platforms, I come for a mission. I normally don't come so I kick it. I'm not a very good sociable guy that we're going to just kick it and laugh all day. So that's why I don't make a lot of friends when I come, because that's not my mission. So it being 1 minute, I would say that we need to elevate this thing up a little bit, because all Nigerians know how to talk and talk nice and make points and all that. But we don't have the process of selecting leadership in our country that's been captured by strong men. We are now in a state of survival of the fittest, which is a natural selection process. So don't be expecting any leader to worry about you. You have to worry about yourself. You have to make sure that when these people give their best, let me say Dele Farotimi goes there and speaks the truth about the Supreme Court, you have to back him up. You have to do something. It's not talking. Showore is captured, put in prison. You have to do something. Nnamdi Kanu, all of them. You have to do something, and that's what we should be talking about. A day like today, I conclude with this. Like my brother gave us a mandate in his submission here. He's more concerned about the implication of telling Dele Farotimi not to talk about his ordeal. That is a total destruction of our freedom of speech and all kinds of things. So anyway, I'll end it with that, but I want bigger themes, not points about little stuff. Like somebody taking a car that doesn't belong to you, doesn't belong to us. Those cars belong to those people. The oil in the Niger Delta belong to these people. It's not our money. If your son is smart, he has 100 out of 100 in an exam, the government these days don't give him a scholarship. That is absolutely nothing we have to gain from all those material things we have in the country. All right, thank you very much. And I pray for everybody as well.
Thank you. Thank you, Mr. Pansat. Mr. Pansat, you really need to hang around. After the final person was giving his or her submission, I just need to have 1 or 2 minutes with you, if it is fine, because you raised some very, very big issues from your submission, because you just submitted that we have to focus on the big things, and you have raised a very big thing from your submission. So we'll come to that, but it's going to be very short, please.
Very well.
You're out of time. Yeah, thank you so much for obliging. So let's continue. Madam Rita, will you be there?
Yes, Mr. Chris, thank you very much. I think the only thing I'll have to say is that I want to thank Peter Obi for supporting Dele Farotimi, and even saying that he'll be part of, he will try to meet Dele Farotimi's bail conditions. I just want to appreciate him and say thank you, sir. And I want to thank Mr. Elvis as well for giving us this opportunity to come here every day to teach people and to inspire people too. Yes, I forgot to also mention that, Mr. Pansat, your analogy of Pontius Pilate and former Governor Obaseki, in those contexts, are completely two different contexts. Let me put it that way. Completely different. And anyway, I just want to wish everybody a lovely night. And Mr. Elvis, safe journey to Benin. Hope you enjoy yourself. Iselogbe. And my lovely mommy diaspora, I'm the only one that loves you here. Thank you very much.
Yeah, thank you, Madam Rita, for making it very short. Give us our mandate. If you had to open your microphone and your 1 minute quickly, sir. Give us our mandate. It's not available. Mr. Chimize, I can't remember calling you. Have you spoken, Mr. Chimize?
That was the first person.
Okay, so that's good. So Mr.
You want me to speak again?
No.
He liked me this. He loved me this
No.
night. In fact,
I remember now. You be the first person, Mr. Pampas, and let's talk about the big issue for 1 to 2 minutes. In your submission, you mentioned natural selection. You mentioned survival of the fittest. I think they are both the same concept. And what example were you trying to draw with those two analogy?
Okay, thank you for the question. The analogy, I thought it was obvious because Madam Rita disagrees with it. She must have understood what I was trying to hit at. The liturgy of the people when a big evil is being done, it's tantamount to the people themselves shouting in Judea, hang him or whatever, or prosecute Jesus Christ, if we don't do anything and we have amnesia, carelessness, absent-mindedness, forgetfulness, inattention, right? While a great evil is being done, one man cannot do anything. Just one person, say a governor. When you have an election like you had in Edo State, and Olumide Akpata clearly won that election, you have a strong man, the president and his goons take that mandate, but you also have the PDP in line, second in line. It's the same thing they did with Peter Obi's election. Not only did Tinubu steal their election, but they had Atiku in line, coming second, right? So if Tinubu didn't take it, they were going to give it to Atiku. And that's not right. And survival of the fittest, which is a natural selection, was first encountered in the 1800s when it was published on the origin of species. A British economist, Herbert Spencer, used that term, survival of the fittest. It is playing out in not just in natural selection when it comes to animals, it's in politics in our country. You're going to notice that when Tinubu was running, I know it's a couple of minutes, so let me just land with this. These are big themes, so we have to have time to discuss it. Somebody could come back in. I have a lot of things to say about it, but I'm just kind of giving you a synopsis. If you notice, Tinubu had people from the Niger Delta area, the former warlord, Asari Dokubo. In Edo State, he had another guy, I forgot his name now, who's still prominent there. It's some kind of warlord as well. Could you remind me the guy's name? There's another guy who's like Asari Dokubo, but for the Edo side. What's his name now?
Anthony Kabaka.
Yes. And then you have Rufai. You had all these people, including people like FFK. These are strong men. That's how they took that election from Nigerians. All the strong men from all the regions, even though they've fallen apart now. But during that heat of that battle, you had the strong men take power from gullible Nigerians. So that's why I'm saying we have to frown at people like Erufai and his son, no matter how they come. You're going to notice all those of us in the Southeast, we don't have time for that kind of nonsense. It's like, are we different? It's like we have enmity with Fulanis in the North. It's because they think they're smart. They're going to come in and take over our country. They're a minority. But the rest of the country, the other tribes, they have what's called soft bigotry of low expectations. Now, it's a book. If you want to pick up that book, I know I'm mixing up my analogies here. So a Northerner could just say just one good thing, one little thing, and it's like, oh wow, this is something our people in our motor parks in the South tout would say. But if a Northerner, especially Fulani, says something that just makes sense, for example, we shouldn't buy cars every year. Okay, great, but you killed a lot of people. How about that? Or if you want to help Erufai's son, why don't you say release Dele Farotimi? Why don't you say something that actually makes sense, that your power is going to help to unify the country, right? But they will not come here. Okay, we're in a platform here fighting every day trying to correct our country. How many Northern Fulanis do you see here? What's preventing them from coming here? They can't speak English? Of course they can. So we should not be giving them this soft landing, soft bigotry of low expectation. They breed, okay, then they're better than people from the South who are 10 times better than whoever the corporate is at the time. So that's what I mean. If we're in a survival of the fittest, in essence, I'm saying that democracy. Yeah, can you hear me?
You just use another word now, because I wanted to tell you to round up. Now you've said survival of the fittest. I think that is the raw word, because natural selection is like a benign way of saying survival, diplomatic way of saying survival for the fittest. Are you up for that or against it? Quickly.
I'm against it. I'm a Democrat.
Good. That's all I just wanted to hear.
Okay, but if I'm forced into it, though, then what can I do? If I'm being forced into it, naturally, I'm a Democrat who want things done by due process, orderly by the Constitution. But if you jettison the Constitution by bringing in people who were not elected by the people, bringing in by strong arm, by using the Nigerian police, the Nigerian army to cut off people's civil and human rights, right? Yeah, so you force me into that position, then I'm going to have to do everything to survive. It's not my first goal, but if you put me in that position, then I have to survive.
It's okay, Mr. Pansat. Yeah, and we have all spoken. The reason I had to draw your attention back to those two words, and I was going to say survival of the fittest was the appropriate term in its crudest form, but now you also use that word again. The reason I had to bring that in is because of, this is actually the bane of the problem we have in Nigeria. And you just typified that by saying that your first option is always democratic principles. And that's what we in the South basically do. But the people in the North, they go first for survival for the fittest. Brutal.
Exactly.
They just grab Fulanis, that's what they do. They just grab power. It doesn't matter. It doesn't matter in any way. They don't care. They just grab the power. They want to remain there. But we always come from a position of, okay, let's try and take this thing easy. Let's look at what the law says. No, they do whatever they want to do, and we can talk after. That is why Buhari was able to get away with all his impunity. It's about survival for the fittest, and I completely align with you. It's not whenever they just say one thing. And, I was saying when those kids were charged to court, I said, look, these guys from the North, you can never see them championing anything that has to do with any person in the South. Never. Never. You can never see them championing any democratic cause. There's always an excuse that they always give. And sadly, we from the South, we are the one that rationalize the excuse. Whatever excuse they give, we always have a way of rationalizing them. But so I just wanted to.
And they have Tinubu now, by the way, so we can no longer say it's just the North or the Fulanis. Now, Tinubu is one of the worst culprits in that school of thought now. So it's not a tribal thing only because of that.
Yeah,
so now it's a APC thing. That's the way I have to couch it.
the discussion must have to continue another day. But thank you for elucidating and these concepts. Well, ladies and gentlemen,
Thank you.
thank you, Mr.
Please,
Pansat.
please, let me just pass some information to Pamsat.
Quickly, Black Panther.
Pamsat, the
Yes,
speaker
sir.
has finally passed the bill to not to shut down the government.
Well, thank God. That's a good thing. I
So,
saw the commentary on there. I didn't know until you said it in the comment section. So that's a good thing. Let them just gingerly pass this thing over to Trump in January, and then we'll see how he governs after that.
yeah,
I didn't want the government shut down.
yeah, thank you once again, everybody. I think we've come to the end of this broadcast, and for whatever it is worth, I don't know, the submission we just gave at the end of this broadcast is what um, somebody is always championing on this broadcast, and that's Tony Africa. I wish he could just be more civil in his approach. He's been very, very adamant on the fact that Nigeria is not working and pointing his fingers at the right source of the problem. He's just, I don't know. Let me just leave it at that. And
Yeah,
Tony
we
Africa.
have to have people like Tony on our side. That's another
Yeah,
thing. I know you're closing up, but why
yeah.
should we always have to have angels on our side? Let's have some bad guys too. Oh, that's
Okay,
my thing.
okay, Pansat. Let's leave it like this. The thing with that is that nobody, like personally, I've always said let's look at what he's saying. But I think let's leave Tony Africa. But I've made the points. Another day, maybe if we start this early, Tony Africa, be civil. You can see many people like what you are saying. And I have to say this, Tony Africa. I hope so you not get allergy for women. I have to say this so that you can take that home. But for whatever it is, your message is loud and clear. And like Pansat just said, we need people like that because that's basically what these guys do. They have people that can just say it anyhow without any iota of, do I want to say decorum? Let's talk about decorum tomorrow, ladies and gentlemen. I dare not say boys and girls because it's 6 minutes before the hour mark. I want to say thank you all for making it a date with us today. And Mr. Nanjao, once again, we have not been able to keep to time. Yeah, we spent so much time here, but we want to salute your effort, your sagacity, and then your zeal and zest to move this nation forward. That's why you're able to do this, despite the fact that you've been broadcasting from Nigeria for since God knows when, and you keep it up every day, every time you do this, and you know, it's just something that I don't know. It's only God that can reward you, and we cannot stay this long without quickly saying good evening once again to everybody on the comment section. You all have really done well. I can see Irene Finest just joining the broadcast. Is it just joining? I don't know, but I can see her name there. Irene, the finest of them all, and welcome to the show. I'm Johnson, Emmanuel, Sandam, all of you in the comment section. Just want to appreciate and acknowledge that we see Una good evening. There's no way I can, if I don't call people name, I must call Madam Peggy Modi. Don't be me. Madam Peggy Modi, thank you so much for always making a date with us. And Abuazi, Una do well. All of Una the comment section, I do well. People for the panel, I don't know how to thank Una for cooperating with me and ensuring that we are able to do this every day. You guys are very civil, and of course, we can have our moment of vehement submission, but it doesn't take anything away from what we do here. And thank all of you. I can't call all your names tomorrow. Later today, we'll do that. Yes, Mr. Nanjawash, once again, thank you so much. And as usual, after greeting everybody, I want to say special thank you to Mommy Diaspora. Mommy, Madam Rita is there. You know, she has the key to the word LOVE. So, Mommy Diaspora, we appreciate you. We are going to skip love. We appreciate you from the depth of our hearts. Hopefully, before Mother Rita comes tomorrow, we'll be able to shower our love on you. She thinks she has the copyright to that word, but whenever she's not here, we can use the word mommy diaspora. You know how they be. Thank you so much, mommy, for what you do. And ladies and gentlemen, as usual, I'm supposed to call Mr. Elvis to come and close the broadcast officially. But if he's not immediately available, permit me to say I'm going to hang the microphone and let me say good night to everybody. Good night, sleep well. Mr. Ninja Watch, if you are there, please come in. If you are not there, good night, everybody. Sleep well, and we hope to see all of you later today. Good evening.
Thank you, Mr. Chris. Wash my hands, sir. See you next time.
Mr. Chris, you do well.
Yeah.
Mr. Chris, don't.
Pastor, this hand washing me, I don't understand though.
Pastor, I don't watch your hands again. I make we wash our hands when we go sleep. Later today, we go wash.
You wash it. Now is it
dirty? In a pilot now.
My hand is not dirty. My hand is the cleaner there.
I greet all of you. God
Mr.
bless
Chimeze, for a do state matter, your hand is dirty.
Look at you. Look at
dirty pass dirty.
My darling brother, louder, give us our mandate.
Look at you. My hand dirty.
Complete and dirty pass dirty.
My hand's not dirty. It's you that make it dirty. It's not. I'm making it to be clean, but you guys don't want to.
You are playing on that politics now. It's you that make it dirty. That's to show you. That's PDP style now.
You blame
PDP,
game.
did the PDP eat your yam?
I guess somebody can keep contributing.
They didn't eat my yam. They stole my yam.
Go ahead and contribute on Niger Watch coming to close the show. Somebody else.
Yes, officially we've closed the broadcast. So, but as long as Niger Watch is not here, you people can just keep talking, and he can put off the show at any point in time. So, yeah.
So this issue of
no, Ogachim is the wait. They say your hand dirty for this Edo State matter. If you wash and make we say wash your hand.
No, nothing. No, my hand is not dirty. I was fighting for the right person to come in. But the people here, all of them that say my hand is dirty now, even Margarita that say loud it. It's all of them, their hand is dirty. Because they accomplished what happened.
How can you panel 4 against 1? You say now we dirty.
I swear. When Opewolo and his cohort are there making some sense, he said, I swear.
Mr. Chimeze, which state are you from? Anambra or Imo?
Yeah, me and
From Anambra?
Yeah, me and CN is from the same local government.
Which local government? Newi or Oka?
Aguata.
They're not talk about their governor. Now do now the face. That's your responsibility.
Aguata. That's nice one.
Working. My governor is working. Believe me, he's working.
He's working. Wait, pour cement for road.
That is confused right now.
Wait, pour cement for road. He's working. You always fake governor that they get. Go and see an Enugu State. Go and see Abia. So your governor is working. You don't know what you they talk.
My governor is working, okay?
So let us make you concentrate on your governor first. Bring the topic out. We go bring all the facts come outside here. Not that to divert our attention. We'll be supporting PDP every time. PDP. You know the change party. Every time PDP. You know the tire. It's where they don't do you, never do you, they never reach you. I mean, they never summer your account well. See, they talk more. I know leave PDP and APC, those satanic party. Now see they support them. What are they giving you in Nigeria? Apart from the satanic movement they're giving you, you are still standing your ground. Aswen. Who is Aswen? Somebody where they call Kokaro now money. I talk Aswen. Is Aswen better than Obaseki? Is it better than Obaseki or Igbinedion? Is it better than them? Or did he go school more than them?
Let me tell you.
Don't support somebody that we know that it's not good for us.
I didn't support party. Asue is the best candidate ever.
Don't support somebody that we know that it's not good for us. Don't put it in our throat.
No,
that's what we're telling you. You don't put it in our throat.
Lie.
Oh, that reminds me.
A candidate that is not good for us, that we know it's not good for us, and put it in our throat.
That reminds me something I was going to say earlier, which is that PDP may not be returning those vehicles because somehow they feel that they're coming back and they don't trust these gangsters that are coming to take office now. Maybe they're not.
Mr. Pansa, that's not a very good excuse.
I have no.
Even if they're coming back, right now, somebody has been sworn in. You know, it doesn't make any sense.
I understand. Like I said, when you enter the arena of survival of the fittest, all that due process is thrown out the door. You have to have the aperture of the participants in the stand, right?
I don't get you. Are you supporting, not following due process? I don't get what you're saying, Mr. Pansa.
Listen, if you listen, I know it's complicated. You have to understand that.
It shouldn't be complicated. You are sounding like the Supreme Court now, being ambiguous. Just be straight. You don't have to make it complicated.
Listen what I'm saying. Listen to my point. I'm saying that Mr. Asue believes that he has the goods to reclaim his mandate. He believes he won the election. I don't think he won the election. I believe that Olumide Akpata won that election. But all that aside, right? I'm saying that they may not be cooperating. Just 1 minute. Just 1 minute. You can address me after that. Let me say, this will take 30 seconds. I'm saying this. It might be that PDP believes that this APC are crooked. They don't even trust them with the vehicles. They don't trust them with handing anything over to them. And they feel that they're going to go not to the Supreme Court. They can go to the tribunal and reclaim their mandate, and they don't have to hand anything over to them at all. They don't trust them to that degree, and I don't blame them for that. To be honest with you, this APC from the federal all the way, especially to Edo, how can somebody come out and say, do you want Edo State? I'm going to give you Edo State, right? A crooked guy who didn't win the presidency, a fraud, would say that and then come in there and rig the election.
Pastor, let me give you an example so that you can continue. Let me give you an example. Yeah. These same people that you are talking now, you talk the strongest, or what did you say, the fittest have it all. You see, this same party you are talking now, the sitting governor then was the same party you are talking now. He went in there to the local government and selected all the entire local government in Edo State and said they won 100%. Have you seen that before in your life? Where one party won the whole local government.
That's what everything. Mr. Pastor said.
Let me answer that.
Labour Party was the best.
I hear a lot of people say that. Right?
Mr. Pansat, please, let's give it a proper concept so that you can answer robustly. It wasn't really as if he selected. They conducted a shambolic election. And of course, the members of his political party won. So, once they conduct an election like this, it now becomes a legal instrument that they can always use at any point in time to say democratically elected, what do they call them? Democratically elected officials of the state. So the election was completely shambolic. Nobody participated.
I didn't hear anybody show any enthusiasm with that shambolic election. I didn't see the enthusiasm I'm hearing now. I didn't hear that. And people talk about rule of law. Seriously?
That's the point, Madam Rita. The sad part is that everything...
Mr. Pastor, you didn't hear about it. Sorry, Mr. Chris. About how the local government election was conducted. You didn't hear about it. The same Obaseki, you see the brazen way in which he selected people and they just put them as local government chairman and councillors because he wanted to settle to plan for the election. And then somebody will not tell as the Grammy will come and say, you will not talk about rule of law. It's like people don't fear God. So I said they don't care. It's only for themselves.
Let me take 1 minute to answer that because Mr. Najawa will come in anytime.
let's
Yeah.
take it a step further. You see, that was the local government election. He had opportunity of conducting that. He messed it up. Now, fast forward to the State House of Assembly election. After refusing to inaugurate 14 members out of the 24, he governed the state with 10 members for 4 years. Now, it was now time for election, and because of the obedient wave and everything, he planted people in Labour Party. And as if that was not enough, the constituency that he couldn't take for example, Bobaka, the young man, the Labour Party candidate is still crying. They had to use talks, everything to make sure that that election didn't take place. This man had won in all the wards. There are 12 wards in the Ubaoka. I think this man has won in 11 of them, or 10, about 11 or 10 of them. And the remaining two, because they had to do a rerun, you know, they just brought all
Okay,
the state
Chris,
apparatus
let me
to complete.
say,
No, Black Panther,
hold on,
Mr.
hold
Pansat.
on, hold on,
I'm
Chris,
going to
hold on,
land. I will
hold
land
on.
now.
No,
I will
hold
land
on,
now.
hold on.
Don't
I was
worry.
gonna
You talk,
answer
Pansat.
Madam
Just land.
Rita. Then
Wait, wait.
you said you want to say something, but don't hog the whole time. Hold on. What I'm saying is that you're trying to create a moral equivalence where it does not hold. You have INEC. That is a big enchilada, right? I see a lot of people do
Yes. Listen, I'm not trying to have a kind of moral.
Please,
It's like
hold on.
people are
Please
being
hold
hypocrites
on now,
here.
Madam Rita. Hold on.
Mr.
If
Pansat,
you
you
look
didn't
at
allow me
the,
to land.
can I
You didn't allow me to
get a
land.
word in here? Let me get a
Yeah,
word in
you
here.
will. You will. Just
Okay.
give me 10 seconds. 10 seconds.
You've been talking for the last 5 minutes
Okay. Okay.
on something
Continue.
I'm responding to. Just relax.
Okay. Continue.
Yeah, what I'm saying is that the pattern when it comes to local government elections is the same in Edo State as it's in River State, as it's in Imo State. The governors win the whole thing. All that still goes to that INEC and their inefficiency then in that case, right? Elections are bestowed upon them to hold. So no matter what happens, you cannot equate INEC's fraudulence with, say, a guy paying money. Let's say Labour Party paid money. Let's say Abure paid money, or PDP paid money to buy votes. It's not the same thing with INEC, the official with the fiducial responsibility that can easily shut down Beaver's machine, that could go to the Supreme Court. Only the evidence is what works. You cannot be comparing the two things. You have to deal with that particular disease, not the symptoms you have with these little parties and what they do. There's not moral equivalence between INEC rigging elections with APC and what Asuega does. Don't forget, he's not without supporters. See, the way a lot of people come here, the way they talk about, I don't support him, I don't support PDP, but don't talk as if he has absolutely zero support. Right? He may lose a very clean election, maybe by 49, 50. It's not like he has no support whatsoever. So, but what we do know, though, that is a guy, a mute guy, who cannot talk, who did not campaign, who has never governed. He's a senator somewhere, true, but he's going to come in and shock, having a debate, talking to the people, talking nonsense about how he cannot speak English, and then he ends up winning the election, just like what we saw with Tinubu did. He would not talk to the people. We thought he was dying. His legs were shaking, hands were shaking, but he was healthy. So it's a modus operandi of Northerners. That's who rigged their election. We in the South don't do stuff like that. This is the pure wickedness. So don't don't act as if you don't know where you are. You have to know exactly where you are. What is the problem? INEC is rigging an election without respect, to the point of provocation, by saying, look, okay, we shut down the beavers. What are you going to do? Let's go to war. That's totally different from somebody rigging an election. Aswe Gadalo is not ideal, but he's not this Obobolo, whatever his name is. It's not the same thing. But on top of that, though, there's a third possibility, and the most likely possibility, which is that Labour Party won the election in Edo State. That's what I'm saying. The way they do it in a way that the person who won the election can't even talk because he's thought. They did it in Imo State and it worked. The Imo State governor came 4th or 5th. And then he's the governor for 8 years. He doesn't have, he won every single local government in his state. Who do you think is doing that? So please, all I'm saying to you is that we can be there poking each other's eyes out, whereas there is a bigger animal there, which is INEC. That is where the problem is. Please. Thank you, Chris.
Mr. Pamsat.
Oh, Blackwater, wait, Babi.
I just want to I just tell him what he talk back.
Okay, talk 10 seconds.
You see, Mr. Pamsat, what you just the totality of what you have just said now, you are saying that we should take the best evil among the evil. That is the summary of what you just said. That's the summary of what you just said.
I didn't say that.
We should accept elsewhere one of the evil. That is what you just said. So that is not acceptable in a modern world.
No.
Your analysis is not acceptable.
Here's the thing. I didn't say that, but I also agree with that. I could have said that, but I didn't say that.
You didn't say that, but that's where you are driving to. That's the meaning of what you just said.
No, that's not. Here's what I'm saying, right? You have an election where somebody who says he cannot speak English, he didn't go on campaign, he didn't appear on a debate, he did not go statewide, whereas others worked hard to do that, right?
They worked hard and they rigged election by working hard. Who is it not the same rigging they perpetrated?
No.
Is it not the same crime they did?
I just made my key point, which is that INEC is the problem.
Don't put INEC in front. Don't put INEC first. Let's all look at the crime committed by both parties.
No. That's what I'm saying. That's a false moral equivalence. That's what you do.
No, that is never false. I can't take your word like that.
Okay, let me hear
you cannot equalize. You cannot say this one is lesser evil, that one is higher evil.
Yes, I can, right? Because
you can't do that. You can't argue with that kind of premises now.
Take a moment and argue about. I'm saying that you're not going to create a moral equivalence between INEC and somebody buying votes, another party doing stuff.
Yes, but both parties were part of the rigging, massive rigging.
No, I want you to pass
both parties.
Don't couch it like that. Listen to what I'm saying. INEC is a totally different animal. INEC is totally
leave INEC in this issue. We know.
No.
But let's talk about the two parties.
Okay. If you want to
that bought the election, that messed up the Edo State, and they are letting us to decide among the two devils so that the Edo State will pick one of the lesser devil. That's the problem we have.
It's not the problem you have.
They guide the people and they subverted their votes.
Lower your voice. Here's what I'm saying to you. Olimide Akpata won the election. So you haven't impeached what I said.
How are you going to prove that?
Hold on. You have not impeached what I've said because there's a third possible.
No, I'm not impeaching that. But how are you going to prove it?
Hold on now. I listen to you, so listen to me too. And Chimezi, that includes you. Hold on 1 minute. It's gonna be your turn. 30 seconds, and I'm done. In order for you to impeach somebody's statement, there mustn't exist a third possibility. In this case, there's a third and the more likely possibility, which is that Olumide Akpata won the election. So now, what INEC is the game they're playing, right? They're playing that game to where you're gonna be. They put the winner third. This is not the first time they've done it. They did it in Imo State, like I said. They did it here with Peter Obi in 2023. Peter Obi did not come second. That was purposely done, and it's very, very. If people don't have their thinking hats on, they don't know why they did that, right? So they put Peter Obi third, somebody who must have won maybe 30 states, according to my count. He won over 29, 30 states. So they make him the third one, and then put Atiku Abubakar the second. So now that's what they did over there. Olumide Akpata won that election. When Olumide Akpata was going around that state, it was shaking that whole state. People were there shaking the whole state. People are not stupid. I know who won that election. So now what you're doing is to come and try to create a moral equivalence between APC and PDP, and it's not there. I am telling you now that Labour Party won, but you have your eye off the ball because they were able to fool you with that. Now, I am also saying, finally, I'm saying that when INEC rigs an election, it's like 99%, and then the other shenanigans parties do is like 1%. The reason being, number one, whatever INEC says goes. If you go to court, only their evidence works. They could determine even if you go there and vote 100% for one party, they could say the other party got 100%. So how are you going to create a moral equivalence between such vast, there's a chasm between them? So the argument doesn't hold. It's a bad argument to make that whenever INEC, who is the same, is an arm of the APC. So you guys have to use your head, especially in this case. What's happening in those states is happening nationwide. After all, the president came to you, the fraudulent president, Tinubu, came and said, do you want Edo State? People say, yeah. He said, I'll give you Edo State. And he gave it to them. Nobody got on the streets. Nobody's going to fight for Olubida Abata. So he's washed his hands. Do you see him around? Because if he tunes in here, this is what we're talking about.
Okay, let me ask you a question. Why did Olumide wash his hands off when he know that he would have, let me put it this way, that he might have won the election? Why did he have to wash his hands off and for the people to now defend him in public?
Because I call it, let me just give it a name today. I call it the Pontius Pilate syndrome. When he looked back, there's nobody there, right? There's nobody there. People are talking about something else. He's given up. He has to, I mean, what do you want him to do? So many people go through the same thing. When he looked back, there's nobody there. If he has to underscore the themes of justice and everything, the rule of law, he cannot do anything illegal. So the discussion we're having, when they listen in, and it's so disappointing, it cuts somebody off their knees. You cannot be creating a moral equivalence. You want to tell me you don't know how powerful INEC is? Do you want to tell me that if somebody in the Labour Party buys a couple of people with 300 naira to go and vote, PDP buys somebody with 300 naira, but INEC changes the numbers? You say they're the same because they all did it? They didn't all do it. That's just, it's not equivalent. I don't know, Chris, do you understand what I'm saying?
See, I understand it to a point, but I understand it to a point. But the point I'm not agreeing with you is that you are trying to say they did not all do it equally.
Black Panther.
Is that not what you are trying to say?
Not by magnitude, not by any. There's no measure that is the same thing. The referee has to be. It's like if I'm a referee. Okay. Okay, go ahead, Chris. I'm saying it's not the same thing. If I'm a referee and I want somebody to win a match, and maybe one person in the forward tackles somebody, okay, they both did this. They're both doing something wrong, but it's not the same thing. If the referee, if somebody score a goal, he say no, you blow your whistle and say no, that's not a goal. Go ahead and kick the ball. But somebody tackles somebody roughly, you say, oh, they're both corrupt. They're both doing the same thing. It's not the same thing. This is the referee here. Yeah, go ahead, Doug.
Yeah, the only question I wanted to ask is this: does it matter where the rigging is coming from, or what's the most important thing? Is it that the source of the rigging or the rigging itself? Because what I understand that in both cases there was rigging. But I think your argument, what I can say is that
wait until you tell me that you're done. Right? Your question, go on. Go ahead. You're gonna make a comment, right?
Yeah, that's just all. Nothing more.
Okay. What I'm saying though is that when you did not have a binary election. That wasn't a binary election between PDP and APC. At the minimum was tripartite, right? You had APC, and then you had PDP, and then you have Labour. Labour is not a junior partner here. Labour won the election. So if you come to the actors, the main principal in this case, Ighodalo, he was not doing a rerun for himself, doing a what do you call that? Re-election. It's his party. And he conducted himself very well. I watched that election just like everybody else. I don't have to be in Edo State to.
Mr. Pansat, I have a question for you.
Okay, let me just finish.
What makes you think that Olumide won the election?
By observation, which is a scientific method.
No.
Let me land. Now you ask me a question.
Okay.
Do you know how we found all the planets?
All right, go ahead.
Is by observation, right? We there are a lot of things we know the temperature on the sun. We don't have to be there. We know the speed of light. These are constants. It's 186,000 miles per second. These are universal truths. Observation is a very, very good thing, especially in Nigeria, where every data from the NBS, Nigerian Bureau of Statistics, and all that is bullshit. So when you have a campaign go through, don't think that we don't know what's going on. We see what happened there. Olumide Akpata won that election by a wide margin because PDP governor, like the rest of the people here, except from you, has been complaining about the PDP. You have to. Let me land here. I'm almost done.
Okay.
All right. So you like they admonish you sometime wrong. I think it's mixed, right? Half and half. They're right in some of the things they say, and then the other side, I don't agree with them. I believe you have the right to air your views, right? But you cannot do it by dogma and by fiat. You cannot do it by saying, "Look, I'm a PDP member." I'm neither. I'm not a member of any of those parties, but I'm trying to say to you, by observation, Olumide Akpata won the election just like P2B won that election by a wide margin. But we have a recalcitrant, disrespectful INEC. And their modus operandi, because they're not that smart over there in the north, if you notice that. Because they could at least change a couple of things. They don't change any of the things they do. You take the winner, make him the third. So now, all I'm saying to you is that the concentration on Afe Babalola is misplaced at this point. He's done. He was there for 8 years. He did his best. Would I do what he did? No, I would do better than he did. But he is not a beast. In this threat, the three people now we're talking about, we have Afe Babalola, you have Monday Webelo, right? And who is the third person there? So we have to look at all of them. You're going to notice that Afe Babalola is in the center. He's not the worst. So trying to come back, revisit history, or try to be tribal, clannish in this case, it's not going to work. He's done his best. He's out of office. Let's hold this particular government accountable. If they try to play politics by pivoting and blaming the past, it's because they're illiterate. They're living in the past.
They haven't done.
Yeah, go ahead. Sorry.
Now, if you say Olumide won the election, why Olumide just went in like cold water? So now, if you say you are the only person that already say, I haven't heard from anybody, anyone else, only you, Mr. Pansat, that say Olumide won the election. How and which way? So
okay. So is that the question?
Wait, let me finish my talk. Now, if Olumide won the election, how Olumide just went in and catch cold? Now, if he really won the election, or you think what not make him is not speaking out everything that goes on now, he don't talk out, he don't speak out, he don't say anything, he just keeps silent. Even Dele Farotimi that in jail now, he never come out and say anything. See, let me tell you, Olumide came out because of P2B movement. I will put it that way to you. All these people that are campaigning for Olumide is not not ready to govern Edo State. He just do try and error with Peter Obin's initiative of obedient movement. He thought he would scale through, you know. See, he want to get something like in a platter of gold, which he never worked that way. So,
okay, let me respond to you because your questions are very simple to answer. In the beginning, you were saying that I'm the only one who saying that Olumide Apata. I doubt that, but let's take you at your word. Let's look at it in the light most favorable to you, right? Which means numerically, one person saying that. One person can be right. If you remember, astronomer, uranologist, Galileo di Vincenzo Bonaiti de Galilei is the first one who says that we live in a heliocentric world where the planets revolve around the sun. Before that, the whole world, including the Catholic Church, believed that that the sun revolved around the earth. In essence, we are the center of the world. Yeah. So one person can be right while the rest of the world is wrong, numerically. So let's just shed that out of the way. Now, Olumide Apata is a Democrat. He's a lawyer. He's an educated man. He's fair. He has empathy, right? So we know these subjects. In the case of PDP, we know that party, right? Even if you have one angel as a candidate, the party itself is rotten to the core. It's because of them that we have APC in office. They keep going from one party to the other. They are the same in that sense. But Olumide Apata would have been like the governor of Abia State or better, because he is even more enlightened than the governor of Abia State. He would have been a much better choice. The people are savvy. The people know what they want at that point in time. Is he the best ever? No, but when it comes limited to those 3 or 4 running, he's the best one there. Now, remember, I'm using the word best, right? I didn't say better. That thing had a tripartite. It's not a binary election. So it's not something I'm going to use a comparative, which would be better. I'm using the superlative, best. And you could tell when the people make a choice of something. That campaign was heated, and the people voiced their opinion, and the evil ones were afraid of light. They were hiding in crevices. They didn't come out to campaign. They didn't come to debate. And then we know the modus operandi of INEC. Well, are we going to keep trying to reinvent the wheel? There are things that are settled. APC is a satanic party. You've heard Mr. Davis say here. I've said it. There's nobody who doesn't know that. INEC is a satanic party led by a terrorist, led by somebody who was a professor of guerrilla warfare. Go ahead and Google it right now. What was his job, Mahmoud, before he became INEC chairman? He's a guerrilla warfare professor. In politics, when I taught it, when you first come into class in the university level, first you're going to learn is that politics is war by other means. So what Mr. Mahmoud is doing is warfare. So guerrilla warfare, symmetric warfare. But we, the flat-nosed, kinky-head Africans, were the dumbest in the whole world. Anybody could come and colonize us. Same thing in Congo. We have the Tutsis and the Hutus. All those flat-nosed Hutus, they're going to stay there and they're going to be dominated. Why? Because of the way we're thinking here. We got to look at the big theme. First of all, secure our central nervous system. We should be outraged at what's happening in that country. People who could defeat in a war. People can't even feed themselves without us. They'll be taking baths with camel dung in the desert somewhere. They come all the way from there and capture us, conquer us, take our oil, take our resources. Matt, do you think if you have a Fulani president, he's going to let a Christian be his INEC chairman, or customs chairman, or EFCC chairman? It's never happened. Go and look at the history.
Mr. Pansat.
Yes, sir.
Yeah, I really like this aspect you are talking about. You know, I think that election, there's so many controversial stuff there. Please, if you can elucidate further on this aspect, you know, we talked about it earlier, and you are just speaking like another version of Tony Africa. Yeah, because if you say Fulani man cannot allow Christian or any other person to be in those key positions, don't you think that we from the South, we have a fault in this? Because we are the first to drag our own whenever they want to do things like that. Don't you think so? From recent history.
Absolutely. Tony Africa is more eloquent than myself. That's why I never try to dilute him. Look, Tony Africa has worse things to say about Southeasterners and Igbos than it has to say about the Fulanis. But in the case of Fulanis, he's right. In the case of the Southeasterners, he's wrong. So what I have to say is that what I just said is not, I'm not projecting something in the future. It's historic. Go and look at the presidencies
Oh,
from the North.
completely. It's not
Yeah.
futuristic. It's in the recent past.
Yeah, the very first time you had an EFCC chairman that is not a Christian is this time that Tinubu is there. I haven't checked his religion. The very first time you're going to have a non-Muslim be INEC chairman, EFCC chairman, is this particular Tinubu. But did you know that in the very premier, it's a Southerner that put up that agency, EFCC. Now, when it comes to INEC, there's been an exception when you had another guy from the Southeast who also wasn't a very honest INEC chairman, right? What's his name? Chris.
Iwu, Maurice.
Iwu, right, Maurice Iwu. But his stuff was Girl Scout stuff compared with what INEC is doing now. At least our courts then were in order to a degree. Right now, they've completely captured the state. Now you have to. Dr. Damages, I had a debate with a guy that comes there. His name is, well, I'll spare his name for now. He's an honest guy. He likes to come around. He's a Muslim. He's from the North. And I asked him a pointed question. I said, look, do Muslims believe in democracy? And he took his time over there a little bit. He told me the truth. In the tenets, it's right there. They don't believe in democracy. They believe in a council picking the leader of a country. God picks the leader of a country. So we're wasting our time. They don't believe in democracy, popular vote, and all this stuff. They just don't want to make it confrontational until if we challenge them on it, then they will go to war. So that's what's happening. The Supreme Court is exactly that council. But now we do have presidents come accidentally, like Jonathan, when you had a principal who died in office, and then they would put up with it. That is why we have a Muslim ticket, and we're still talking. How do you think Nigerians are going to elect a Muslim ticket? They will never do it in a million years. I'm a Nigerian, right? Full-blooded, born in the village itself. I'm a pure African, a pure Biafran, a pure Igbo man. I know Nigerians. They would never have elected a Muslim ticket without rigging the election. But it wasn't Tinubu that rigged the election. Let's be clear on that. That election was rigged by Buhari and El-Rufai and other 5 northern governors. With this guy they have there, that's who rigged the election. So we clear on that. Stop fighting about little things. Asu Igadalo is not a demon. He did his best. His best wasn't good enough, obviously, right? No class whatsoever. But he's not Monday Bobelo. No, he's not. And the contention is not between him, his party APC, and PDP. It's Olumide Akpata who won the election. That's why
Mr. Pansa, no, I said no to you, Mr. Pansa.
Yeah, to answer your question,
I
he gave up.
with you.
He gave up because of people like you. You don't. It's like a lost cause. Why even bother? Okay, go ahead. Yeah, please, thank you,
Mr. Pansa. Let me tell you something. If you know where he is now, you know it's like when my president here, Donald Trump, will say, "Oh, Sleeping Joe, maybe he's in the basement now relaxing." I think maybe he went somewhere and relaxing. He don't want to speak about anything about Nigeria no more. He's not ready.
Okay, let me ask you a
He's not
question.
ready.
Let me.
No, Pamsat, hold on.
Yeah.
Let me answer him.
Yeah.
You see one thing I don't like about Oga Chimeze. His reasoning, is so he doesn't reason with any other thing, but it's like somebody that is focused. He doesn't want to hear from any other thing until he hit the rock. That is when he will now start saying, he's a human being. All human beings are not perfect. You see, we're trying to say something now. He's sticking to PDP. He doesn't want to reason from any angle. But in his state, in one part of the East, the number 4, they took number 4 to number 1. What can you say about that? You're always shouting about that. Let me tell you, Mr. Chimeze, this your issue of sticking to PDP. Then what made you to think that we don't know that you are a PDP stakeholder?
Black Panther.
That's the question I want to ask you.
Black Panther with Oga Chimeze, wait, I beg, una go talk. I want to answer one question because I want to quickly attend to something.
Go ahead.
Mr. Pansat.
Yes, sir.
I like your directness. Now, maybe in 2 or 3 words, if the beavers had been switched off by a Southerner in an election that a Northerner, not just a Northerner, a Fulani was in the clear lead and on his way to victory, what do you think could have happened?
War.
Good. I rest my case.
Thank you. Let me ask Chimeze a question this time. Chimeze, are you familiar with the Solomonic verdict in the Bible, where Solomon, the story of Solomon splitting the baby, right, in the Old Testament? Are you familiar with that story where 2 women, they're fighting about a baby?
Yes, I'm familiar with that.
And then Solomon said, okay, I will split the baby. Okay?
Yes,
you know the moral of that story. So when you see somebody such as Olumide Akpata get shocked, stunned, he's more emotional than all of them because it's his country, his state. Because he won that election. The other ones who are carrying on, right? They are like that woman who it's not his baby. Say, go ahead and cut it into half.
You see the way he's laughing. That's one of the character of PDP people and people that rig elections. They don't want to see from any other point, but they want to see from the point of their own arrogancy and other things. That's why Nigeria is like this now.
Black Panther, wait.
They don't move.
Black Panther, wait now. Oga Pansat is unperturbed by the laughter. So just let Oga Chimeze the laugh. Make Pansat making points. Mr. Pansat is on something. Make una let her land. Oga Chimeze, you dey laugh today. No be say the day wey Black Panther go laugh you.
Mr. Pansat, you are right. Olumide Akpata won the election. But people are not, they're just looking at the optics, the physical optics. Olumide Akpata won that election.
Please, Mr. Pansat, can you continue?
Let's hear from Madam Rita. I didn't know she was still here. Madam Rita, we agree. They already, I think Chimeze concedes to the point. But go ahead, Madam Rita.
No. I'm just listening. And Mr. Chimeze, Mr. Chimeze, your laugh sounds like the Grinch. Stop laughing. It's true.
Make it laugh.
It's a Grinch now. He's just trying to make up some things now. He will speak on PDP again. Watch him.
I got you, Meze. We go catch you tomorrow. Mr. Pansat, please continue your analysis. Mr. Pansat, please.
What I would say is that in summary, the modus operandi is the same. These people, they're looking at us like we're a bunch of animals. But unfortunately, we have these internal enemies, but we also have external enemies who are really making all these things happen. Because you have to know Nigerians before. It's just watered down to where it's crazy. You see, we in the Southeast were fighting to have equality, to come up with everybody. So everybody's treated the same. So now what they've done is to dump everybody down to where we were, treating everybody now the same, but in the sense of the way they treated the Southeasterners, without respect. But the funny thing is that the rest of the country, they're not upset, just like we were when we were having that treatment. I said the first time I came to on this platform, I said to Mr. Evans that the problem we have is people from the South, for example, they don't mind somebody coming from outside Nigeria, footage alone, come into our country, capture the Hausas, Islamize them, take them over, effeminated them. An Hausa man cannot even lead a prayer in the north. Even though they speak Hausa and everything, and they call themselves Fulani, Hausa Fulani, but the Fulani say, hey, look, it's not the same thing. Now, there's one particular beautiful girl that is in London. It's related to the mayor of Kano. And she has a page. She was doing her PhD thesis, and I was going and looking at what she's saying. If any Hausa man goes see waiting I see for that girl page, I guess they wouldn't be upset. This girl is making it very clear that he's showing her hair, he's showing her nose, he's showing her body, he's showing everything. And in one of the episodes, he actually went to the palace. That was before this Emir was dethroned, that then came back. Initially, the first time he was in the throne, he went there. Two of them were there on another issue, but she's that close to that palace. And she was making the case that the Hausas and the Fulanis are not the same. So now they go over there, effeminate them, take over everything. There's no governor that's Hausa in the north. There is no big post that's Hausa in the north. And these are our people. These Hausas are our true Nigerian brethren. So now these people come all the way down to the south and take that oil. Imagine that. These are people who, because if you go to Chad, they have the same demographics as northern Nigeria. Same thing. They're Hausas, Fulanis. I'm talking about the Hausas themselves. They don't have a boot to piss in or a window to throw it out of. They have nothing. And their population is about 20 million. So it's not like when people say, oh, there's so many people in the north. They marry a lot of wives. Well, here's Chad as an observer, as a scientist. I could look at Chad and tell what's happening in northern Nigeria. The same people. It's not like there are 100 million people over there. Because the more you go to the desert, the less the population. So they're cheating us, they're lying about their population, right? And the Fulanis, the whole world, worldwide, is about 6 million. The whole world. That means those in Guinea, where they were thrown out of, those in Ghana, all over the world. The whole population is 6 million people. So now they come all the way down to the south and take the oil and give them guns to be abusing everybody else. Is that fair? So now when we're talking about we're going to go and do a march or protest, then we have to go to Lagos. What's in Lagos to protest, for crying out loud? So I'm saying, if Sean is listening to me, if we have to protest, if they keep holding Dele Farotimi and they keep doing things, you know how many of our people are now in custody who are normally people who speak for us, Chris? That's virtually everybody. David Hundeyin. What a brave man. What a courageous Nigerian. What a soldier. Stuck out his neck. He's in exile in Ghana, and there's a threat to his life every day. David Hundeyin. Nigerians don't give a damn. They don't even care. Why shouldn't he wash his hands? Like a Pontius Pilate. So I'm saying, in conclusion, I'm just saying that the questions you're asking me, they're important, but they're not really relevant now because we don't have a central nervous system. There's no way the body's going to work harmoniously like a unit. It's impossible because they gutted our central nervous system. This is not even like Nigeria before. In those days, it was 20-something-year-olds 30 something years, even Buhari them, or they were like 30 years old. Obasanjo there. People from the South, Igbo officers are able to say, hey, look, there's corruption, and they'll come in and take over. Right? I don't support military takeover, but I'm just saying that was their time. Our time now is where people like David Hundeyin is enough to cause a war in that country. David Hundeyin is enough to shut down that country. Dele Farotimi is enough to shut the country down. Because look who you're dealing with. What are you afraid of? Is it, I could see former military dictators like Buhari, okay, he's a stranger, he doesn't talk, he's laconic. And usually when somebody doesn't talk, you say, hey, I wonder what's in his mind. This guy's wicked. I don't want to mess with him. He doesn't talk. It's laconic. But when you have all these loquacious imbeciles that don't even come out of the industrial military complex, I don't think Tinubu has ever handled an AK in his life. And then this chief of police that's talking nonsense about Tekon. It's a small guy. Look, I'm 6'4", I'm strapped. Well, my family don't want me to go to Nigeria a lot because I'm not happy. I'm not going to put up with any nonsense. Let me just tell you that right now. I'm going home soon. I'm not going to take any nonsense. So those are the people that are scaring us. They were lost. Even Cameroon could take us over if they want to, because even that Nigerian military is not as strong. So you have a guy who is an old man, sick. It's a geriatric traitor to Nigerians. Have David Hundeyin in exile. Have Nnamdi Kanu in a gulag. Still. So I'm saying that this is only working because of Britain. We have external enemies. That's what it's come down to. We in diaspora are responsible for that. We have not played our politics very well. Because I'll conclude with this, because this is a topic I want us to deal with one day, because I'm going to make some assertions without proof right now, but let me put it out there. My belief is that when Obama was here, right, so Britain finally got what they want. They're going to support America for whatever they want as far as America hands off on this colonialism, especially Nigeria. They will support, they vote with United States in everything, anything as they do. So it worked with other presidents, but in Obama's case, there was corruption, not from Obama. The corruption comes from a former Secretary of State called John Kerry. When John Kerry was Secretary of State, the Erufais, northern governors, corrupted him. That is my opinion. I don't have the proof, but I'm gonna make that case one day. I believe that that's where it started. Northern governors were invited over here, and they have something on him. So shortly after that, Mr. Kerry was out, and then Trump came in, but he did not change that stuff. It didn't change any of the ambassadors we have over there. They kept operating just like Kerry's there. And then when Trump lost, and then Biden came in, Kerry was back in, but not as Secretary of State, but as a czar in the environment, in the what do you call it, space. But it's still there, and they still have that hookup. These Northern Muslims have a link to the Western world, and then with the business interests, it continues. They get whatever they want. But to make my case, that I would say what UK is doing during the Obama administration, when Obama was coming in, so they elected what they thought was close to an Obama politician, right? And they joined the Euro. But then when, say a Bush, a Trump is coming in, they will get somebody. In that case, now who was Tony Blair was who they elected. To make my case solidified, they miscalculated this time. So they thought that Miss Harris was going to win the election. You know, somebody who's not white, is not really American, Indian and black. So they went and the conservatives, they went and they picked a Nigerian immigrant to lead the Conservative Party Unfortunately for them, Miss Harris is not coming in, so we'll have Trump again. So now I'm gonna see how they're gonna whistle out of it and try to elect somebody who will be compatible with Trump, because that's what they're doing. They mirror their politics with us because they know they are a bloody monarchy. They're not democratic. They've never ever in their life picked a head of state. The only country like that actually in the world. And their bloody monarchy, they never picked. All they do is try to pick ours. How do you pick leadership for us when you've never done it in your country? The best they have is a prime minister, which is something like a primus inter pares, which means first among equals. Just a goddamn minister with the rest of them, then they pick that. Just like our speaker, for example, Speaker of the House. Whereas they have that monarch there who's gonna owns all the geese or ducks or whatever that's wild over there, right? Undemocratic. For over 60 years, they won't give us a break. Taking our oil, helping the Fulanis fight us in the war. Biafra was the place that were fighting that war. So, Grace, that's what I have to say. On a bigger topic, one of the big topics I want us to do one day is who actually is holding us down and how can we get out of it? How do we motivate people in diaspora, people here in the United States? Over $30 trillion economy here in the United States, where I am. Even one of our states here, say California, is bigger than Great Britain, right? That's how big, it's, if you're not in America, you can never overemphasize it. I'm going to conclude by pissing off Madam Rita when I talk about Canada in a minute. But what I'm saying is this. When Ronald Reagan was the president of the United States, a Republican, he didn't want South Africa to be free. So he's supporting, along with Britain, South African government, apartheid government, wicked, evil. The U.S. was coercion of Britain helping support that evil government. But ordinary school district here in California, LA school district, divested South Africa. That's what brought them to their knees. That's how big it's here in California, for example. 5th largest economy in the world. So if we play our politics well here, no matter even what the president of the United States thinks, we can use the Iraqi model in Nigeria. Now, I confronted Showore about 2 weeks ago. I said to him, look, Showore, I like Showore's politics, but there's a couple of mistakes he makes. One of them is insulting P2B, obviously. But the other one is not having the Iraqi model where we take justice back home. That's the only thing that's going to work. Because in Iraq before, Saddam Hussein, was impossible for the majority, the share of Iraq, to take over power from Saddam Hussein because he's brutal. So, but you had the Iraqi shares here, Mr. Shalabi being one of them, able to convince the Bush administration to escort them home, and they were able to do it. 2 weeks later, they dug them out of the ground. That's what we need in Nigeria. We in diaspora have to take justice back home with a little support to take our country back. And he agreed with me eventually on that. So I'll rest my case on that, Mr. Chris. Oh, I was going to say about Canada, Bush is, not Bush, but Trump is proposing that we make Canada.
Can never be the 51st state. Just forget it. Trump is not being, he's not being silly. Don't leave that guy.
You know what I'm about to say.
He's planning me to.
He's just being silly. Canada is bigger than the US. Come on.
Oh, he's planning it to. There are no more than 50 million now. He's planning it.
I mean, they're gonna welcome it. If there's a plebiscite, they're gonna vote for it.
That's a pipe dream. Come on, that's a pipe dream. Even the US will never want to join us. What are you saying? 51st.
But you people are still talking British all the time now. They are loyal to the king now.
Charles is their king.
Trust me.
The king is your president now.
No, see, trust me. You see that?
No, it's true now.
Listen to me now. It's true. Brexit that took a while. That's the same thing happening in Canada too. It's coming. Trust me. It's coming. People are voting. They see no reason. New generation, they see no reason why we should be attached to the British monarchy. It's coming because they all have to do an election of these things all the time. So it's coming. We'll soon cut them off. You guys
But
just wait.
before you go come, we go annex Canada now.
Hey, pipe dream. Pipe
We can
dream.
annex Canada now. Canada don't, you know hard to annex now.
Trump
Pipe,
is no
pipe
joke. He's not
dream.
playing.
Trump know the joke. Oh.
Listen, by the way, anybody that you know that is living in the US and they maybe they travel for vacation and all that, tell them to come back to the US before 20th of January because you don't know what this guy is going to do in terms of immigration. Even if you're a passport holder or even if you're a green card holder, anything can happen. On the day of his inauguration, January 20th, if you know anybody who doesn't have a blue passport, tell them to come back to the US ASAP because you
That's
never
where
know.
Trump makes his mistake. He doesn't understand that the United States has 3 equal branches. I absolutely know that he's oblivious to this truth, but he's got a shock coming to him. Now, I'm a Trump supporter, right? Especially the initial Trump of 2017, 2016. I believe that he's one of the best presidents any country has produced. But the Trump we have now is oblivious to the fact that we have 3 equal branches. He cannot do what he's thinking about unless it's the right thing. The American Constitution was thrown down from heaven. There's been some good amendments to even make it better. Now, if he goes out there trying to be like a bull in a china shop, the courts will stop him, right? Or the Congress will stop him. They're equal branches. He cannot tell anybody what to do. His authority is delineated in that constitution and he cannot go above it. Whatever is not written in that constitution inures to the people, right? So now he does have some powers, including the immigration, but there are certain things he would do to violate anybody's rights, for example, and the courts will just send down what they call a writ of certiorari to stop him from doing it, and he will not disobey a court order. It's impossible. He'll be impeached.
But the president has veto powers, you know. We haven't forgotten that.
Yeah, but also Congress has overriding of the veto powers.
Congress can override his veto power.
Exactly. But now he does have majorities here and there. But I don't think maybe even has. I don't think has a super majority. Maybe by
no,
one.
they have a sort of super majority in the Senate, but they have just +1 in the House. That's where they have problem.
Same thing with Obama. When Obama came in the first 2 years, he had super majority in the House by far.
Hey, we have everything, okay? That's my party. We have everything.
But
yes.
the funny thing, though, is that even if he had all that powers, the American politicians are very savvy, right? They don't want all that drama, right? So it's gonna just be one. You know.
Did you watch what Mr. Pamsa? Did you watch the drama that played in the House 2-3 days ago?
Yeah, tell us.
Yes. Now they brought a bill that will run the government till the end of the year. Then the speaker went with the Democrat because he doesn't have super majority. He has to go with the Democrat. So he now went with the Democrat, and they now agree on a bill that did not raise the amount high. Now Eliamos and Trump now tweet that the bill must die. So Eliamos now brought the picture where he used it dressed like a samurai to cut the bill down. So the people were scared because already there's something in the cloud that Eliamos will sponsor most of the election to a year from now. You know, they are going to have a big election in the House because the Republicans are the ones that are going more on the House, while the Democrats are lesser because they've done their own major election. That was this last election. A lot of them were in. So few of them are going for an election, but Republicans, a lot of them are going for the next election in 2 years' time. So now they now brought a bill. They now sneak in a bill to raise the deficit by 5 trillion. The MAGA guys that were in there did not know until somebody blew the announcement to them that they've raised the deficit to 5 trillion. Then 2 of the MAGA Republicans now came up and they were so furious. It's online. They were so furious and they said, if that's the way they want to go, we are going to make sure that Eliamos will never see the light of the day. If he thinks that he's going to be the de facto president, let's see how it's going to go. It was really burning, but later in the day, They now brought the other bill back and disappointed Eliamos and Trump. They passed the bill. They just passed the bill this night. So there's something going on now. There's a division now among the MAGA and the speaker in the house, because the speaker is for the MAGA, but the MAGA never wanted to raise the deficit up to that level. They wanted to maintain it, but they didn't know that Trump was advocating to raise it up to 5 trillion in order for him to pay to give the big boys no tax. So he want to raise deficit to give the big boys no tax. So they caught up with him and cut it down. So there's a little bit trouble in the house now. They want to remove the speaker of the house and replace it with somebody else. He's already on now.
Yeah, they can. You see, they can do everything. There's something I know. I trust the American system, the American people. They're very savvy. That constitution you see there is a document dropped down here by God himself. If you go through it, see, there's nothing new under the sun. If you look at the history of the United States, back in the 50s, there was racial segregation in this country. Whites cannot use blacks' bathroom and vice versa. They can't eat on the same counter. Blacks have to in the back of the bus and all that. And when it comes to the school, there was segregation in schools. So now what happened? Even when the Republicans thought that they had the court packed, right? The court's been packed and they had everything going for them. The Supreme Court made a ruling in a case that's called, it's colloquially known as Brown versus Board of Education in 1954. Declared that school segregation was unconstitutional in Topeka, Kansas, right? The citation of that case would be 347 US 483. It's a landmark decision that vitiated state laws that established the racial segregation in public schools. Termed all of them unconstitutional, just when they thought they were comfortable enough to perpetuate that segregation going on. You know? So that's what the kind of stuff you're going to see. Now, that particular case also, by the way, the court overruled itself because partially in 1896, there was another case that was called Plessy versus Ferguson, which held that pretty much that racial segregation is good. So it was almost like a fait accompli. So that particular case is the kind of stuff Trump is going to see. He's going to have an active court, right? If the executive is doing his job, everybody's obeying the Constitution. The courts are like the least part of those three branches, but the three branches are equal.
Already, Biden has filled the court with about 320 judges, so it's very close and tight.
Also, but you see, you can't even rely on something like that because that's why I like the drama. Because if you look at history, normally when let's say Biden does that in order to perpetuate liberal stuff, then it's one of those people who are going to turn around and bite him in the ass. Do you understand what I'm saying? So that's what happens when you go and you pack that court and you think, oh, now I've got Republicans in there, they're conservatives. It's just like the Chief Justice right now, right? He's the one who's saving Obamacare, but he was like a staunch Republican. He was appointed by a Republican. So that's the beauty of their system. It's three equal branches. By the way, if we did that in Nigeria, then we don't have any problem. Trust me, we have similar. They copied the Constitution ipsissima verba. That's a fancy way of saying verbatim, right? So they copied the same thing. So we have the same thing there. The problem we have is that the three branches are not equal. They're not operating in good faith to be equal, right? And have an adversarial relationship. Once you don't have that, you don't have anything. So no matter what kind of system we copy, unless that spirit, that there has to be an adversarial relationship between the two where you look at the Constitution, here is your function, here's what you do, here's what you do. The rest that's not delineated inures to the people. So you do your job according to that Constitution. That's what we're saying, you have to follow due process. So when you have a buffoon as president of the Senate who virtually give up, have obeisance to the president, then we're done. He brings a budget, already it's in the second reading. That's an omnibus bill. So the president gets whatever he wants. Then that is the most wicked thing I've ever seen in my life. So the problem is not just Tinubu, the problem are the leaders in the House and the Senate. Somebody who should be attending to his trial. He didn't run for election. And magically he's the Senate president. That guy was being searched for by EFCC, which I don't support. I don't believe that there should be an EFCC, to be honest with you, because it's a tool to hold Christians and Southerners down. So is that what it is? So I don't support it.
Who do you vote last vote? Who do you vote for?
For on which one and which one?
American vote, American election.
Who do I vote for? In the last election, Harris, believe it or not. I'm a Trump supporter, but I voted for Harris.
Why?
Because I felt that Trump that we're going to get now is not the same as the first Trump that I supported. And I think I'm right about that. But he's still sufficiently good enough. Harris is a strong black woman.
Can you see the people he's speaking? He's going to be work with him. Can you see what he's speaking?
The people that pick are rubbish. What are you saying?
He's speaking rubbish. But let me tell you
He's
something.
speaking rubbish.
There's no way a black man like me, I'm going to be here and I'm going to have a Miss Harris run an election and I'm going to go vote for somebody else. Why would I do that? Miss Harris is a strong black woman, right? Yeah, let me land now. Just hear me out on this. I know I've been talking a lot. Let me end it with that. Here's what I'm saying. I'll be goddamn if I'm gonna be here and there's an election between Trump and Harris, and I'm gonna go vote for Trump. Why? Miss Harris is a smart, strong black woman who was a former prosecutor, right?
Mr. Pastor, let's see where we're getting it wrong. Some of us, you see, think about this. Americans, they are not ready for any woman president. Okay? So, but that thing, I don't know, we Africans, some of us don't want to get.
Don't say we African. Talk about yourself. Why the reason why you voted for him? Yeah. Don't talk about we African. That's insulting. Everybody have a choice.
I will tell you the truth there. Nothing
not
like
be true. That will not be true. You cannot allow me to vote for somebody that he has a very bad concept. All of us voted for him in the first election now, but he messed it up.
She was kind of people with me.
Do you know that
we have
Kamala is not really black? And I think Mr. Chimeze, I think many people voted for Mr. Trump because of Agege. That's just why.
Simple, not all of Agege they vote for him.
And all the issues going on with the
racial fear.
It's just too much. And Elon Musk was championing it and promising to pay people money. You don't know what's happening. Sorry?
Trump is against Agege.
I really don't care about that, but I'm just saying that that's based on what he was. Can you listen, please? Based on what he was campaigning for, and he thinks he was saying, and of course, Elon Musk by his side. You know what Elon Musk said about his son, who is I don't know whether it's a Agege or a mixture. I don't even know what that is, but apparently that one was championing it and they were preaching it out. So I think many people, evangelicals and the rest, they were just up for that. They didn't care if he was indicted before. They said, this man is going to stop this madness going on, this Agege madness, and switch over. So I think that was one of the major reasons. So they didn't care who Trump was or what he was saying or what he has done or how he looks at black people or even grab whatever where he wants to grab. But that's just the basis. People don't want to talk about it, but that's one of the reasons why he won.
Another point why he won again is that there was an information going on. You know, Biden mentioned it before when he came into government. So I talk about it, that the minority will still take over very soon. Biden, you know, he mentioned it in one of his speech where he went to downtown to speak. So that information, they got it clearer and they saw it. They started using racial talk. You see, most of their campaign, they were using racial talk. And they now added Agege in order for other people to come in and see to their own reason. Not that Not that they want to do one thing special. They just want to make the whole place volatile because we know what he's going to do. He's going to fight till his tenure finish. That's all. And they've already started fighting just to pass a bill. They couldn't even pass it. They are bringing bill, like the way they do in Nigeria, bringing bill from behind the closed door and adding it up until somebody discovered it. People are not really, Mr. Chimeze, you know, they even watch what they go on. That's the reason. They just tell you one thing, they say, pray. Again, watch it. I'm not going to debate about it. You're going to see it yourself. You're going to see. Why should somebody sneak in $5 trillion bill inside the budget?
But you know something? Do you know that the so-called Kamala that you guys are supporting, Mr. Black Panther and Mr. Pansat, she cannot account for. In fact, they have a $20 million deficit from her campaign funds, and now the organizers are not complaining that they paid people like Beyonce or whatever. They paid them. They are alleging that they paid them this one $20 million, the other one. So it's like you use money to collect celebrity because you thought their fan base would make you vote for them. So they can't even account. They're having issues with the accounts.
There's nothing wrong. There's nothing wrong
and
with
there's
that.
a deficit that cannot be explained.
They are going to balance it. They balance it.
The excuse they're giving is that most of the funds were used to pay entertainers, but the so-called entertainers are claiming that they did it free. That's a lie. They didn't go there.
No, Madam Rita. If they do it illegally, they'll find out. They can't hide it. Whether they will find it out. So that one, I'm not scared about that one. If they catch,
there's something about Kamala that it's kind of sneaky. All of a sudden it came, she's black. The woman that she presented that was her grandmother was not even her grandmother. She lied. The exposure was just too much.
I want to address you on that.
The exposure was just too much. She's always identified herself as, she's West Indian, Jamaican, but listen, we all know that in Jamaica, we have Chinese Jamaican, we have Indians Jamaican, we have black Jamaican. So the fact that you're brown skin and you in the US, all of a sudden now there's votes now, you're not trying to claim blackness. I'm just tired of all this. Everybody want to claim blackness just to score political points.
Other people to listen to what I'm going to say about this. 30 seconds and I'm done. The point is that we black people, right, that the way we count our black, it's not just by the pigmentation. Right? If you look at that woman, she's black. So please do not perpetuate that. We black people.
I don't see her as black. I see her as mixed Indian, Arawaki Indian, and East Indian as well. It's a mixture. So and there's nothing wrong with that.
Wait, Madam Rita, is her father white?
Her father is mixed.
Yeah. Which one be mixed? Black or white? Talk now.
Over here in the United States. That's what we counted. She's black.
Okay, fine. But the issue is
if your parent is mixed, you definitely come out on that color.
This scare me bad enough thing. When she wanted to become a counselor, she was identifying with Nigerians. Come and vote for your sister. Come and vote for me. Because at that point in time, it's whatever she wanted to be identified as to get her votes. Because at the end of the day, do anything to get the votes. Period. Do anything to get the votes. She got her votes. When she wants to, now she's at the apex now. It's like, those votes don't really count.
Madam Rita.
So please, Kamala also put the same card.
Madam Rita. She's on that color. She's not white. Just get that one. Wait, Mr.
I don't care about color, complexion, or color.
Madam Rita.
Stop using race.
Madam Rita.
Yes, you're calling my name like this shrine.
Madam Rita. Look, when you are talking in public, don't bring a point that will make that other candidate look as if he stole something. We don't want to argue.
What have I said that is wrong?
No. She's not a white person.
Can you tell me what I've said that is wrong?
She's black.
Sometimes you make some certain statements that
no. This is politics.
No. Anything wrong about Kamala? What I said was true.
What you said is not wrong. What I tried to tell you is
what
like
I
this.
said was true. Say the right word, Black Panther. Don't twist it.
What
I said was true. So how am I making her look bad?
You wait now. You don't make me the define word. You wait. See, Madam Rita, when you are talking in public on politically, you either be on the right or you're on the left.
Jesus
There's
Christ.
nobody that is under
I
the
support
middle.
Donald Trump being the
no,
president. I've told you my position.
Not be support. I'm talking when describing a candidate. It's either you are for the candidate and you are not for the candidate. This candidate
But I
came.
did my point.
Is not wait now. Let me.
God, now what
You don't want me to hear. Look, I'm talking politics now. Make you understand what I talk. I'm not talking any other thing. I'm saying that she's a. Wait, Mr. Costa, hold on now. See, she's black. She's not white. So let's get that clear. Not come and say somebody is somehow white. Then you kind of say it's lying of a color. It's not proper now. You are saying she's not black. She's white. How is she white?
I never said she's white. That's not what I said.
Put her somewhere.
My mouth.
Who is she?
I
Who
said
she
probably has Arawak Indian, but she's definitely East Indian. But
she's Indian. She's Indian because she has mixed blood. She decided to claim because she was born here.
So she's selective of whatever it pleases her, what race to belong to.
If you come
Black Panther, please don't misconstrue my words.
She was born here.
Black Panther, don't make me seem as if I don't know what I'm talking about. It's okay, so she will choose what race she wants to belong, depending on how she wants to use them.
Not choose according to the law.
So how am I making her look bad? I don't get what you're saying.
Madam Rita, you two don't jump into my word. That you won't understand what I'm saying now. You thinking I'm castigating you? I'm not castigating you. I'm not trying to make a direction.
You try to direct Madam Rita the way he was do.
No, not the way. Not if I am wrong. You tell me I'm wrong.
You're not getting it right.
You're wrong.
If somebody is born here, if somebody is born here, you cannot claim anything again. You are an American, according to the law.
You are bringing
Madam Rita. She's a baby. She was a baby. What do you say now? They always the garden. I told she was a baby. She go choose. She go choose when the law don't make her.
Donald Trump was the right choice.
Even Trump was
the right choice
Trump.
For America today. The war will stop. The bureaucracy will stop. And all the shenanigans that is messing up people with agege or in between.
Yes, everything will stop. Yes, everything stop. Let's move on. Let us see how it's going to stop. Everything stop. The people that are there, you now slaughter them, hang them.
Nobody said anything. Let's stop using those kinds of words.
No, that is what they do now.
We're trying to go. That's not going to happen. Come on now. Come on.
It's going to happen.
It's not. Stop saying that.
It's not. What happened to the vice president the last time? They push on. They say they go hang them.
Hold on. You bring Beyonce, and see, Beyonce you bring. You brought all of them. They are twerking on your.
See. That one is none of our business. Politics.
On the campaign.
It's a politics.
It's politics. Is that what you're saying now?
Is it a crime? Is it a crime? What it is?
Black Panther. It's not a crime.
No,
now.
Is it a crime? Hey, why are you speaking on that premises? Is it a crime? If something is a crime, I cannot support a crime.
Black Panther. Now you are saying it's
crime. I will not support the crime.
Because it's favoring. It's just like saying
no.
She wants to be black now because you feel like to favor her. That's my point.
She's not deciding which color she is. She has always taken herself as black from the onset.
Black
Panther. If you don't know her history, go and check her history.
This discussion is because to me it's like you're just trying to be right. You don't want to see
I am not trying to be right. You are the one that is trying to play
Mr. Chimeze, I'm sure you understand, Mr. Pastors. You know where I'm coming from. Because
you say she's trying to be. You say she's trying to be white. Why are you saying that?
You cannot be selective when you think that it will favor you. That's my point.
This is not selective now. She was born here now.
I'm not doubting her citizenship.
The father is not white.
I'm not questioning her citizenship.
Wait now. Wait. The father is not white. The father is black. The mother is brown. The brown side of it, which they consider as black in India. Then she came out of both of them. You are not saying that she's white. How does that correlate?
She's white.
Then what are you saying? What are you saying?
I never said she's white.
Why are you saying? You are saying that indirectly. That's what you are
You never
doing.
said that.
No, see, you cannot cast aspersions on me and assume
I'm
I'm
not saying
saying
aspersion.
when I
That
never
is what
said
you are.
that.
That's where you are going
But I
to.
never
No.
said she's white, but you're assuming that's what I said. But
Then
I
why
never
are you
said it.
challenging me that she's not
Black
white, she's
Panther,
not
I
black?
never said, I didn't even talk. In fact, Black Panther, the way you argue, it's like you
See,
try to
Madam
put words into
Rita,
people's
be
mouth.
straight. Madam Rita, be straight.
Hello,
Don't go left and
hello.
right.
Oh my
Don't go left
goodness.
and right. If you say
I am
Agege, nobody like her.
I am as straight
Don't be
as I,
playing.
letter I.
Don't be
That's how straight
playing
I am
game.
in this matter.
You are not
I'm
straight. You are
very
not straight.
happy. Donald,
You are not that straight.
I am
You are
happy.
just trying to play game.
Donald,
I'm not move because I know you.
Donald, you don't
I'm
know
not move
me.
because I know you. That's how you
Black Panther,
play
you
your game.
don't know me, and I'm being
That
very,
is
very
you.
straight.
That is you. I
Black
cannot fail in it.
Panther, Donald
I
Trump
cannot
was the
fail.
right choice for
Look,
America for this time.
yes, I'll call
And
for you. I concur to you.
if he
I
stays one
concur to
term,
you.
that's okay.
That
That's
is your
fine by
own.
me. You understand?
That is your own.
So
That is
Donald
your
Trump
own.
was the right choice now. I don't think it's because America is not ready for a female president. Because of what is going on in America now, everybody's sick and tired of the
That is
war.
your own. I don't
Everybody's
agree
sick and
with you.
tired of Agege and the mixture. Everybody's tired. So, like, you know what? Let us bring sanity back.
That is
Let us
that
go back to default.
two women has come. You've slashed them down. What kind of woman do you want to be the president of any nation?
Listen, you're even going gender. I'm not even talking about gender.
I'm going gender because you are not proving yourself.
Was ready. Listen, America was ready. America is ready for a female president. But the female candidate that the Democrats presented was not straight with the Americans.
Who was the best?
Not straight with them. And then now, with the way America is, America needs somebody who is going to take them to some level of default. The default of what America truly was before all this confusion. And unfortunately, Donald Trump was the lesser evil. So they pick him, and I support the choices of the Americans. That's all I have to say.
I support their choices. Two female leaders rose up. The one, you tear one down because of one thing on the other. The second one, you are not paying 1 point. Which female leader will come up that you want, that you trust? That you trust? No, I'm not arguing. I'm asking you a question. Which female leader will you trust? And what kind of female leader do you want to lead the world?
Is there anyone you can mention that's existing?
No, I'm not going to mention. You got to tell us the kind of female leader that you want.
I can't. I'm not an American.
We are not talking about here. In the worldwide. I want to know your choice of female leadership that you want.
I cannot identify a lot of women who will have been good. They're no more alive. You know,
you don't want anyone again.
No. I told you I am not a feminist of any kind. It's just that
I'm not being a feminist. I'm just trying to ask you a question.
Yes, the leaders that I feel will have done well was this woman that I've always admired her. She's from Pakistan. She's late. Bhutto. You know, that's somebody that I really, really admire that will have probably been like a world leader. But if you want to ask me about an American person right now, I don't know of anybody.
So apart from that woman now, nobody else has that criteria that you've selected now.
I haven't researched. That's the honest truth. I haven't researched.
You see why we the men we have researching, we have seen one. You decide to leave.
So which one now?
Madam Rita, let me tell you one thing. No, I know the drag. I want to tell you one thing. See, the better you be on one thing is better. Because you cannot get the best.
What are you trying to say? No. Mr. Black Panther, don't present me as somebody who is sitting on the fence.
I am not. You are painting yourself.
I have stated my. Did you listen to what you just said? I've stated my position. I did not deter. I did not sway. I have stated my position. So why are you making it seem as if I am sitting on the fence?
Madam Rita, don't react. You listen. Don't react. You listen. If you listen, it's for everybody to learn. When we are saying that we need a change, we need a female person to lead. We are not talking about the best of them, because we know we cannot get the best. They have to start from somewhere. And when you see the free world, when you see the free world itself, you see Margaret Thatcher was in charge then. She was tough, and I love the way she was tough. because nobody can bully her down. She said, I'm going to go to the left, I'm going left. That is kind of female leadership we want. And we know we cannot get
Margaret Thatcher messed up a lot of things. Yugoslavian.
I don't care
Thatcher,
about what
Gorbachev,
she messed up.
and Reagan. They messed up a lot of issues. Even Europe
Madam
is
Rita,
facing today.
Madam
Even
Rita,
why it's part of why we have the World War. Please let's not even go there.
She ruled UK very well. UK was fine.
Thatcher did a lot of things just to favor her country, which I don't blame her for. But don't make it seem as if she's some sort of hero to the world. She's not.
I'm not saying she's a hero.
Her son was involved in bringing mercenaries to this African country. You do want us to go there? And then they had to smuggle her son out quickly. Is it not her son? I'm talking about leadership. We need if you not stand somewhere, you go to look, you know, go search, you know, go see. Pontificate people just because of. Listen, however Margaret Thatcher was those days, I was very young. She was just popular by name. We did not know the atrocity she was committing.
No, she's not popular by every leader.
Everybody saw her because those days it was all about men. It was very hard to find a. In fact, I think this woman that was the Zionist. That's why this Israel. I've forgotten her name now. This very petite woman, short woman. It was a very strong woman, you know, that even started the creation of Israel right now with this Gaza Strip. I've forgotten her name. She had a Dutch kind of name, Greta something. I've forgotten the name now. Her and Margaret Thatcher, because on those days, you don't see women in politics. So I guess that was one of the major reasons why Margaret Thatcher was so popular, because she was like a chihuahua among wolves. So it's not like maybe she was the best world leader. No.
Madam Rita
was one of the greatest politicians as far as for me.
Madam Rita, I was my head was clear and I was ripe enough to understand Margaret Thatcher then. She was a tough woman. She was tough enough. That you've already said something that making me to talk like this. I understood that she was tough. She never make immigration policy to be like what it is today. You deserve to move. They must treat your case and you must start with due process for you to enter. Not what is going on now. So when you talk about the external stuff, there's only that can be perfect. They will do some kind of things. Even if you look at all the American leaders, there's none that are perfect, but they were working towards perfection. That is why they have it today. That's why they have the kind of leadership, they have the kind of laws today. So, but we got to start from somewhere where we got to bring in some. We want to erase that culture of one kind of person, a man, always be there all the time. Because the men have failed. They've really failed. So if the women does not propagate their own gospel, who is going to propagate it more than them? So we must give them chance to be there. That is my own reasoning. Because if you are tough, people will not like you. There's nowhere you have tough women that people will ever like.
If you reason well on this election, for this past election, you know that we want Trump back to come and do clean up this mess.
You don't understand what is happening. You just want Trump for your business, this, that. You don't know what is happening. See, that's what you just know. They won't be that one. Others they won't be that. Look, when the former female, this Hillary Clinton came, I said she was not the best. I didn't vote for her. I didn't vote for her because I knew she wasn't there, because she had some snake that affected us. She had some snake that affected us here.
Panther, hold on. So all this noise you are making, you didn't vote for nobody. Then why are you campaigning?
Who tell you that I didn't vote for somebody?
You say you didn't vote.
I said Clinton. I said during Clinton, I didn't vote for Clinton because of what she did affected us back home, and she lied on that oath.
Okay, but
you understand? This one has been she has been a tough woman all her life, and people don't like her. Even the blacks don't like her because she sent a lot of people to jail because of the evil they did.
You vote for her. You see your life?
Yes.
You don't like person.
Yes, I need somebody that is
a question for Madam Rita on the Kamala Harris, right? Madam Rita, you would agree that you have feminist views, right? Are you a feminist?
I'm not.
You're not?
I'm laughing because I have mentioned it several times on this channel. I am not a feminist.
Okay.
I kid you not. Because you know what, I believe in the school. I'm the school of thought where I always tell people it's a man's world.
Huh?
You know that is the reality.
I'm
It
doing
is a
something
man's
here.
world.
Okay. Okay. I didn't know that because you're
Huh?
so strong and powerful.
Yeah, I'm just here walking and talking on the phone.
And
Black
you,
Panther,
you,
they shout now.
yeah, I think he doesn't know his mic is on. So my point is that when I listen to you, I guess since you corrected me now, I thought maybe you are for the anybody who's not getting a fair shake. You are for equality, right? Just
Yeah.
like I am. For example, I'm a feminist, right? I believe
Oh,
that
that's right.
women.
Good luck to all the feminists around you.
No, I'm just saying, I'm a feminist. I fight for women's rights. I believe that America. Somebody said erroneously that I think it was Chimezie that America is not ready for black president women to be president, and that's not true because Hillary Clinton won the popular vote.
Yes, yes,
It's
Hillary
just
Clinton won. Yes.
right. And this last time, now you have to know Trump is a very tough candidate to beat. So, but still, this woman came very, very close. She tried. She did very well. She's black. We don't count black the way people normally count black, maybe in Africa or something. But in
You guys should
America,
forget that black mode because the last time I had a black president, we all saw how everything turned out to be.
that is true.
So,
I agree with that. But
I'm sick of this
I go
black
to
color
say,
thing, whatever. It's not favoring the black people.
yeah, I'm for a woman, any woman who's capable, and Miss Harris is capable. She was a this is attorney for
Well,
many years.
she's not good enough for these times in America.
Get
Name
No,
because
me,
of
name
this
me another.
attorney. Because of he
She's
was
she's
attorney, that's
tough.
why
She's
he
good
got
enough.
the
She's
president.
tough. They
and
just play the game and they won.
I don't
Finish.
know what it is. Madam Rita never allowed me to
She's
land.
just going to
I'm
be a
gonna watch if
puppet.
she does it to other people. She never
Kamala was
allowed
Who
me.
just
is
going
not
to
a
be a
Madam
puppet?
Rita
puppet
will
for the
never allow me
goons.
to land.
Who is this Trump is not a puppet.
Kamala
Let me
Harris
watch
was going
now.
to be a puppet for the goons. Don't kid.
I
You guys
let you
don't kid
guys
yourself,
talk
I
for like
beg.
half an hour before I try to chime in. So let me make my point I'm making is that Trump is a very tough candidate. If you know, in the primaries, the first time around, he faced 15 to 18 Republicans, and these are the Bushes and all kinds of the Clintons, and
Yeah.
he defeated all those people. So this time around, even the governor of California, not California, Florida, and the woman that used to be UN ambassador, all these were tough
They all
candidates.
stepped down.
Yeah, they all stepped down or he beat them. So now, this last time, Trump won the election just by a little bit. Obviously, it was a thumping, but still, she tried. But she's black, she's tough, she's smart. She's been the attorney general of the greatest state in the union, and then she's a senator, and she's a vice president. I mean, she was a senator, and now she's vice president. So she comes qualified, more qualified than probably anybody who saw that post. So let's give her her.
I mean, she has gone through everything that need to be done on paper, on physically,
Listen,
everything.
Right.
I
Then you say
respect.
she's not ready.
Right.
I never say she's not ready. Black Panther, stop misconstruing my words.
Yeah.
You said she'll be a puppet. Is it not what you
I
said?
respect. No, that's not what I said. I respect the fact that.
What's
May I
she going to be?
finish? May I finish?
Wake up. He wants to wake.
I respect
He
the
wants to
fact
wake
that.
Madam Rita up now. He wants to wake her up.
Which one they wake her up? That's what she said. I know they lie. I
I
not gonna lie
never
against
said
anybody.
that. Black Panther, stop doing what you're doing.
Who did you say?
Stop
Who
it.
did you say is going to be a puppet? Who did you mentioned it here?
Oh, I said she just. Oh yes, I said she's gonna be a puppet for the goons.
It's
That's what I
simple. Is
said.
that not what I said?
No, you were
What
saying
did I
something
lie?
earlier before that, which was not
No.
true. Anyway,
I
may
just
I
talk
finish
about
what I was
puppet. That's
saying?
all.
I respect the fact. I respect the fact that Mr. Chimeze, excuse me, sir. I respect the fact that someone like Kamala, Kemi Badenoch, women, who are gone to the apex of their political career. I respect them because it takes a lot of hard work and dedication to get there, and whatever it is that they had to do to get there. I really respect that because it's a man's world. It is a man's world. So for a woman to get there, that's kudos. But there's one significant thing that I found from my own personal research. And it's not just America. Any woman who's black, I repeat, listen to me carefully. Any woman, you can guess what I want to say. Anyone who's black and she gets married to a white person, and she's into politics, and her husband has some sort of influence in politics or maybe the echelons of the society, I kid you not, she always gets to the apex of her political career. Example, the first governor general of Canada was a black woman from Haiti. She married a man who was a politician. She rose up to the ranks and she became the first governor general, first black female governor general of Canada. This was like
The same thing with the men.
listen, in the United States, there's a congressman. I've forgotten his name now. I think there was some scandal after. He was married to a white woman and he got to the apex of his political career. Kemi Badenoch is married to a black man. She got to the apex of her political career. Same thing that's applying to Kamala Harris. Listen, if you think this world is about black, white, it is ruled by men. And most of the men who are ruling it are Caucasian. That's the truth.
Madam Rita, let me prove you wrong.
I am not wrong because I've told you all the people I've researched myself.
I'll tell you men too.
It happened for them. The females who are married, black females married to Caucasian men are in politics. They have the tendency to get to the apex of the political career. It's not that great. There's proof. It's not only America. I gave you an example here. I'm not talking about Governor people who are councillors, listen, or mayors, check, and who are black, check who their spouses. Do you?
Madam Rita,
in any way, let me finish. Kemi Badenoch was married to a black man that should get to the point where she is now. The answer is no.
See, Madam Rita, let me tell you something. You cannot pick one thing and believe on that thing that thing is not also happening in the opposite sex. This world is a universal thing.
You just said it's both ways. It's
like you did not say it's both ways. You did not say it's both ways.
Men or women, either way.
You did not say it's both ways.
Listen, I know what I said.
The male only.
I know what I said. If I wish you can replay this. What I just said again. Black Panther, please.
She's married to a black woman.
Obama has white in him. He has a white mother.
He has white in him.
Are you saying it's genetic?
You guys just being ignorant here.
Are you saying it's
genetic? You tell me say he has white in him, so that he must be successful.
What? I am not even going to argue anymore. You guys live in the United States. You guys,
I cannot argue that. I cannot even argue because you are not
Good luck to you guys. I am no longer talking about this topic anymore. Good luck to you guys.
No, Madam Rita, that is how you. That
Trump was the right person.
I have a question for you.
That is our own way.
Donald J.
I beg, tell me, do you think it's genetic?
Donald J. Trump was the right candidate. Was the right choice. January 20th inauguration.
Who says it's not the right choice? Who is arguing down with you? It's the choice of people, and they've won. So who is arguing that? That's not a basic even to pull us down with that. We can't be pulled down with that. He has won, and we accept it. He's our president. We will love him for doing some things right.
Don't
No, I'm telling you, our concept is wrong. The way she's bringing it is wrong. You cannot say because somebody is married to a Caucasian, therefore he climbed the ladder, reach somewhere. You know how many ladders they climb?
Oh, Mr. Black Panther.
Look, Madam Rita, I will never agree with you because your concept is so skewed.
My concept is proven.
It's skewed. It's not proven.
I mean, but Black Panther.
Oh my goodness!
Hold on. I wanna.
It happens both in the male side. Why is she using that as a point?
I said male and female. Rewind this show. You will hear when I said it.
Madam Rita, go. Time don't go.
You tell me. Do you think it's genetic? It's what I'm asking you. You say Obama has a white blood in him. Do you think?
Come on, man.
You say Black Panther.
If Obama was not mixed, he wouldn't have any chance. He'll probably stop being a senator in Chicago. That's where he will have rose up to. Yes, there's no way you have both black parents. No way. Not in America. No way. Mr. Chimeze, please continue for me because This guy is here.
Make I say something before you go. Hold on, now make I say something.
When she go, she won't go.
Hold on.
All that concept, I not believe in that concept.
Madam,
Say she not be
Madam,
having way with me now.
I want you to listen to what I'm gonna say right now. Because
you come here, you fight against women, and you are the one propagating women all the time here. Look at you. You say you are not a woman. This thing.
She's not a feminist.
That's I don't believe in that. From what she says, she is. You're not trying to dodge. You think you are more intelligent. We know what is when you speak. We use your word to judge you.
Please, can you correct me? Because
we use your word to judge you now. Not say you not be ghost. Meanwhile, you be ghost.
I am not a feminist.
You are telling us. You are talking like PDP
somebody
politicians.
just pepper you because
not pepper me now. They enjoy your word now.
Your body they talk like because Kamala no win.
How?
Please reply for me because I'm not going to argue again.
your governor will be your prime minister.
I am not a feminist, so I better don't give me what is not my own.
You are a good feminist. All those things when they talk.
I like to talk of good, but that feminist. On a more serious note, I have preached
that
it
one,
here.
You know,
I might sound like it, but I'm not.
Nah, lie. All those one are lie. You can't play that game. You can't play that game.
You know, say if you're not a feminist, right? And then,
look at you. You know, I don't attack us here.
If a man is talking, you're not supposed to. You're not supposed to interrupt a man when he's talking.
Thank you. Thank you.
Okay now.
Okay now. Talk now. Okay, talk.
Mr. Pastor, what did you just
talk.
say?
Pastor, God will bless you. May talk now.
But you surprised me with that one.
This is not Ogbuefi. This is not Ogbuefi time.
Now Ogbuefi now, they don't catch you.
Ogbuefi time. This is 2024. How can you
they don't catch you. They don't catch you. Talk now. Talk. No laugh. Talk.
No, I believe what you're saying. I believe that you're supposed to talk. You're supposed to have equal rights.
Abi.
Mr. Pastor, did you just say that?
No,
not be true.
I am saying the opposite of what you understand. It. My opinion is that you should be a feminist. I see you as a feminist. You don't let any man.
I am not.
Okay, so
I'm not.
It's a man's world, but how come you won't let us hear here? How come you won't let us talk?
Because he's not hearing me.
God bless you.
And he's interpreting things that I didn't say.
No,
so it's a man is accusing me falsely. You don't expect me not to defend myself.
You are in my
I have to defend myself.
You said you're in my ward that you won't let me talk. If it's a man's word, you have to let me get a word.
I will let you speak when it's your turn. But I will not let you speak when you are misconstruing my words.
Feminist. She's dodging it. She's dodging it.
Why do you want to dodge it?
Know. She's proud of it now. We love it like that. Be a feminist. It's good. You're fighting for your rights.
But you don't know why I'm laughing because what you're saying is completely wrong. It's
not about rights here. Now.
Listen, this is a program. We're having a discussion here, right?
No, is it bad to be a feminist?
Views.
No. Let me ask you a question. Is it bad to be a feminist? Is it bad?
It's a personal choice. I'm not even saying it's bad. It's a personal choice. Anybody can be whatever they want to be.
Answer my question. Is it bad?
It's not bad to be a feminist. Whoever wants to be a feminist.
So it's
and
good.
It is not a bad thing not to be a feminist too, as coming from a woman. It's not a bad thing either.
What is a feminist? Can you describe a feminist for me?
Like Mr. Black Panther. Sorry, Mr. Panther.
Leave her. You go catch her now. Leave her. If they hide, you will catch her. Leave her.
It's actually quiet.
You're not going to defend you now because you don't fight her before.
No.
You never fight it before for this feminism stuff.
Good night, because you carry your listen.
Good night,
I know some very good men who are feminists, you know, and I respect them for that. And
I'm one of them.
Glory be to God, but I am not. I'm not a feminist. A man has his own role.
You got to join the group.
I don't have to join. I know who I am. I know what I want,
You,
and I
you,
know what I support.
I
So
go catch you here. Don't worry.
you
I go catch you.
wait, Mr. Black Panther. Who do you think I'm afraid
I,
of? Not to
I
admit
will
if I
catch you.
am.
Don't worry now. Don't
I
worry.
just
I mean,
don't
not
get it.
me. Not me. I play with words now. I will
You know
catch you.
what?
Don't
You
worry.
guys are not used to. If you see an outspoken woman, it's interpreted as she's a
Which
feminist.
outspoken? Which you don't meet my junior sister before. You know you be halfway now. That's why they give you slap
Oh
on
my
face. They
God,
say
Mr.
anything.
Timothy, Mr. Panther, Black
Black
Panther, and
Panther.
Pastor, they're just
Don't
attacking
mind
me, and
me.
you're quiet. It's okay. Mr.
I
Pastor,
I'm
don't.
not
you say you're a
attacking you.
feminist.
You
Somebody is
see,
attacking me because I say I'm not. Somebody is forcing me to be one.
Chimeze,
No,
he
no.
don't attack you here
I just
before.
God will
Don't
already.
judge
mind him.
all of you.
Don't mind
God will
that.
judge all of you.
No, you know,
it's not
one of the
a point
joys I had on this
to be a
platform is
feminist.
when I saw you and
See,
OC, Omoye's corner. Boy, you on this platform, I was very proud of two of you because you really were making a lot of sense. For one thing, you were on point, especially through that election. You were on point, and nobody messed with you because they know they're gonna get it. So I hope you continue in that light. I believe it's just in the definition. I don't know how you define a feminist. To me, a feminist is somebody who believes that men and women are equal, but they have different roles, complementary roles, right?
A
So
feminist takes it to the extreme. And,
okay,
and, and that is a
that's not good.
negative part that when they see a woman, they kind of feel threatened that they think she's the extreme type of feminist. I am not a feminist at all. I like
you
being a
you
woman
don't
and I
define
prefer
them
a
again.
man. I prefer a man to be a man and to take the lead. So all those,
Answered.
listen.
I don't believe her, Mo.
Uh, Madam Rita, you don't
She's
have
a
to correct. A
she's a
Good
feminist is
psychologist,
night.
somebody.
though. She's a
A feminist.
psychologist. You
I'm
go
not
don't
a
use you.
psychologist. So good night.
Okay, sleep well. We'll see
Now
you tomorrow.
psychologist, I'm
Okay.
gonna call you now.
Bye.
Bye bye. Is Chris back? I don't know if Chris is back on
Mr.
the
Chris
platform.
is in La La Land right now, he's sleeping. So,
Chris,
He's
Chris
sleeping.
is in La
Okay,
La
so
Land.
Black
he's in
Panther,
La
I
La
want to talk
Land.
to you.
Right
I
now,
want to
Mr.
talk
Chris is
about
like, he's
Miss
in gear
Kemi
2 of sleep.
in the UK. Miss
Mr.
Kemi
Black
in the
Elvis is
Panther,
UK.
like
what
gear
you
2
are
of
doing
sleep.
to Madam Rita is not good.
We're
I
Don't
about
will
to
not
let
talk
it
forgive
about
die.
him, oh.
Okay?
Kemi.
Ah, Mr.
Madam Rita,
Chimete.
make you no go. We'll talk
Write
about Madam
today
Kemi
down.
in the
What
UK.
you did, I will write it down. Don't worry.
Write it down. Please
Black
write
Panther,
it down. Good night,
don't
guys.
worry.
Good night.
Good night.
Black Panther, I don't believe that Madam Kemi is wrong in what she said about Nigeria. I really believe that what she said it needed
I'm
to be
one of
said.
the look. I'm a conservative, and I told them we play with words, and our words carry a lot of meaning. And if you don't look into the word, you cannot know the direction in which she's coming from and where she's going. I told them that I know what she's saying, and I believe in what she's saying, and what she said was right. So most of them are talking from the point of view that he's trying to pull so country down. He's trying to promote his own tribe, that she's a tribalist, all this stuff. So I did not agree with them because I already told them that she is a tough woman and she's ready and right for the position.
Okay, what do you think, Chimezi? Chimezi, you there?
I step out. You say what?
Okay, what do you think about Madam Kemi, what she said about Nigeria and
Oh my God, I so much love that lady. In fact, I will go and make her my second wife.
uh-oh.
Yes. She said, what she said.
Chimeze, you are not serious. So.
What she said is a good, see, Nigeria is saying, Nigeria cry, we cry, and when someone come out and speak, you say, oh no, bring that person, let's spy her. You see, which way are we going? When someone come out and speak on behalf of us, we all will come out and say, oh no. You see, it's the pure truth. It's not. It's pure truth there. That nothing is lie or that is hidden. It's what is going on in Nigeria. That's what. You see, if Nigeria never happened to you, you will never know what is going on until Nigeria happened to you. Yeah, because Nigeria happened to his brother or to herself. You know, if I tell you what I passed through in Nigeria in this hand of police people, you know, and Kemi was saying, Man, she's right for everything she said. Believe me, I concur with her. That's what
Even
I can say.
Madam Rita was the first person that went against her. That was how I was approaching her with that the concept and the way you speak at times is not right. Because you speak like somebody that, anytime I approach you sometime, you just go against me as if I'm talking about, oh, I'm trying to press her down or something like that. I don't do that. So sometimes when she revoke against people, I've monitored that very well now. Is it hard for someone to know somebody's direction? It's not difficult now. Just for within a week, you know the kind of person that's speaking, because from the word you speak, you know the kind of person you are. And from my own knowledge, I know the kind of person she is. And I told her, this is what she is. So I only pick words. I pick my word. I don't just speak when I'm talking to her. I pick word not to offend her. But when she says she's not feminist, I just laugh. She was the first one that went against that lady. I said, why should you go against her? She's saying the truth.
She don't hide her mouth. She speaks. In fact, it's not that kind of person you can gaga or you can hold.
No, she don't know that. But she was saying something against the woman. But the woman was actually saying the truth. I was telling her that's not true. The woman was telling saying the truth. But why are you saying that, oh, she's this from this side, she's married white person, blah, blah, blah. I mean, I don't like to, when it comes to saying things, I don't like to put anything, attach anything. I just look at the word. I don't attach anything to it. Just look at the word you speak.
We need more people like that to be speaking out. We need more people like that.
She's a strong woman. She's a strong woman, and that's kind of person that can lead.
Say that thing will affect her now. They will not make her prime minister based on that mod is wrestling with.
If they like, may they not make her prime minister. She don't say the truth.
I agree.
No consign us now.
Yeah, that's true. She that's the way she did there. It helps because it's talking about the police. What are we hiding that we don't know already? We're third world country. Well, anyway, third world is regulatory. So let's use a euphemism. We're a developing country, right? So it's talking about Nigerian police stealing his brother's shoes and stuff like that.
Yes.
So hopefully that will help Nigerian police do better. We know that
to change. That will change them.
We have to get out of this third world mode we're in. But if she can just keep talking, because we need somebody from Britain in that high position.
She will keep talking now. That's why she's there. She's a conservative. She'll keep talking, and I love the way she does it.
I really
go straight to the point. Don't be diplomatic or one thing or the other. Say it as it is.
Nobody can tell that woman into submission. No, she mean business.
She mean business now. She doesn't care whether you thought she was chosen amongst six men. Then they pruned it down to 4, and she won the election. So why should somebody be going against her?
Are you in the UK or the United States, Black Panther?
I'm in Texas now.
Oh, okay.
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah.
What about you, Chimeze? US or
Chimeze that California night.
Oh, okay. So we don't
have bad guy now.
UK.
Not bad guy in B now.
I tell you, we're going a marathon tonight. So anybody can introduce a topic, or we'll hang up the hat here. Any other topic?
I don't really have topic more. We've spoken a lot, and I think we've exhausted it. And there's one thing about it. There's one thing about it that I know. If a conservative is speaking, I watch his word. The direction. Not just attack. You watch his word, because we play with words. And that's where the solution is, and that's where the way to go is. You don't just look at me and start talking the other way. Look at the words. There's something inside the word that she's speaking, which is going to encourage you to improve your life. Not just looking at the color of the face and start saying, oh, she's this, she's that. Why is she not this? I don't believe in that.
The particular thing that one of the things she said is probably what we should end the topic with, which is there's something she said. She says that she is a Yoruba, that she has nothing to do with northern Muslims. Nothing at all. That's why she's not in Nigeria. What do you think made her make that statement? And I could see somebody be against the police. The Nigerian police, they're unprofessional. But what is she trying to say there? What made her make that statement?
Because the things she saw or is seeing in what is going on in Nigeria, and when you go to northern area, what they say they are practicing Sharia law, and them they put all their drinks on their cup and cover it, and you say you doing all of this, and their way they do things over there. Maybe she look all those things and say, no, I can't even associate myself with these people. They don't follow things the way it's supposed to be there, and their people always, like you see all these alamajiri them, they push their children to go and beg on the streets. Who does that? Who will bear a child an age of 5 years or 7 years? You push your son or your daughter to go and be begging. You see those things. Is it good in our society? No, but 85% of that is in north side. And if you ask me why all those parents do those things, why? Mr. Pansan, answer me this question. Why?
Well, like that is true, though. See, that is just their way of life, right? But why would a politician who is in the United Kingdom, who is a leader of a major party, poised to perhaps become prime minister? Now, I'm not against her doing it, but I'm trying to say, why would she say that? Do you think she knows the implication of saying something like that? In essence, it's a big statement. Do you understand? And for a pro, unless you're ready to go all the way, like say Dele Farotimi, an activist, who whether you become prime minister or not, that you're going to have to do something about that. It's wrong. The way Northerners are treating their children, for one thing, the way they're undermining our country, the way they're not going to school. So if you're not an activist, why would you say that? There has to be. I don't understand. Does she know what's coming? In essence, it's a big thing. Black Panther, do you understand what I'm saying?
Yeah, I really understand what you're saying. See, the reason, when she was talking, giving her profile, how she went in and became a conservative, she said it all, and that's what she believed in. You got to know the concept and where she's coming from, and when you know where it's come from, this woman is a case to study. You don't just approach her in a normal way that you think. You have to critically analyze what she says. She has a plan book. She did not just bundle her way into saying that she has a plan, and this plan has been everybody they analyze the plan. She does not work alone. She has advisors. She has party fellows. She does not work with this. Is how she wants to go. This is how she wants to move, because this thing has done into her. She knows the Nigerian space very, very well, and she brought home. She started from what the three wise men I normally speak out here: Nnamdi Azikiwe, Ahmadu Bello, and Awolowo. They all know the concept of this country, Nigeria, and they all knew that this country it can never be won. Even it took Nnamdi Azikiwe more than 10 years to understand what Sir Ahmadu Bello said and Awolowo said. It took him long to believe, and he now made his own conclusion that if we are not careful, the case of Congo, Republic of Congo, will be a child's play to what is going to happen to us. And what is happening to us now? Tell me what is happening to us. So Kemi have read a lot of history. She knew she was just giving us back what the founding fathers of Nigeria said about this Nigeria. So what she has said, what is new in what she has said? It is just because the position which she is very big and is very loud. So when she speaks, the whole world listens. She has prepared herself for any position, because the way it is now, anything that happens to the conservative in the United Kingdom, she's the prime minister straight. That's the way they run their country. So she cannot be telling lies, because the day she will tell lie on that position, that's the day they're going to take her off. The day she was going to speak lie.
I hope she makes it to prime minister, and then she tries to help the Northerners. A lot of them are victims of the culture they have there.
There are two ways in this. There are two ways in this thing. We look at it from the political point of view, then we'll look at it from, let's say, the conservative point of view, which we love what she said. Two ways. Now, if she gets to the prime minister position, will she be able to make it easy for Nigeria to get itself right? That's the question again. If she gets there,
I hope so, because she says that she has nothing whatsoever to do with those people. So maybe
she's saying what Ahmadu Bello said. That's exactly what she said, because Ahmadu Bello himself said we have nothing in common.
Right.
With the South.
Right, exactly. But that's what I mean. The Nigeria is together today because of Britain, her country, especially the conservatives of her country as well. See, during the war, the Nigerian Biafran War, Britain is the one that wanted to make sure that Nigeria stays one. Without Britain's interference, would have run through, the Biafrans would have run all the way to the north, drain the swamp all the way to Chad. But it's Britain that we were fighting. So now, a lot of British interest is in Nigeria being one. But if we have a prime minister who, because you see, what the American politicians do is they basically, by proxy, give Nigeria to Britain to run when it comes to international affairs and international relationships. Whatever Britain discovers over there, they then brief the Americans. America is not over there fighting it out with them, because it'd be like this, they will win over. But they let Britain handle that stuff, the oil, all the embassy stuff, and all the politics, pick the leaders, set the prices for our commodities, and take our oil. So now, if we have a British Nigerian who understands that her tribe have nothing to do with the Northern Muslims, that there's two civilizations at an intersection, and then would help, let's say, the Biafrans break away, or the South itself break away, then we got it made. What she's saying is the truth. We're being forced together, whereas Ghana is next door. We have no problem with Ghana. I'm not a Ghanaian, but I love Ghanaian women, right? And Ghanaians are my brothers. We're not fighting. We're a different country, but we're still neighbors. So we can do the same thing in Nigeria, either divided by north and south.
That is where I'm having a problem.
Yeah.
Whether she will allow that kind of a thing to happen. Because when it comes to politicking, the game will change again. Because of I'm working for the people. I'm not working for these people. I got to do what's best for my country, and you got to do what's best for your country, for the country interest. Right. So that's where the game is being played. We should be able to play that game of separating without not hurting the interest of the British.
Exactly. That is true. We saw that with Obama. He didn't paint the White House black like he's supposed to. But in this case, this Kemi, though, seemed to have a caustic recollection. She's still a Yoruba. She's not denying that. And apparently she's a Christian. And if we have an ally for Nigerians who want that country to do better, who is going to remember her tribe and know that the economic progress. Then she will try to find a way where the interest of her country, which is Britain, aligns with the interest of her people.
Do you know when let me chip this in? You know when the thing is going to get beautiful? If by God's grace she gets the prime ministership, maybe something happened, they have to go for another election. Then she gets it. Then she meets with Trump. I think the ball game, the goalpost might shift.
Beautifully. That would be a good alignment for the two. Because the Brits who have now, they are the ones who are keeping us down. Do you understand? So whatever they tell America to do, that's what happens. So if you have a Kemi come in there and point, what do they call the ambassador, high commissioner to Nigeria, who understands that there is a clash of civilization. These people do not believe in democracy. Now, I make this point time and time again. When I go to Dr. Damages, I make this point. It looks like a small point. It's not a small point. These northern Sunni Muslims do not believe in democracy. Black Panther, I want you to research this. Right? They don't. It's part of the tenet of their religion. They don't believe that people should be.
No, I'm absolutely with you.
Okay.
Because I read about the Sunni and the Shiite very well. I'm always saying it right here. That if you want to understand the Middle East, if you don't understand the Shiite and the Sunni, you can never get what is going on in the Middle East. Exactly. I've always told them here.
Exactly, with Iran and Saudi. But in our country, December 2015, you could see the wickedness by which this El-Rufai in Kaduna and Zaria, right? It was, we say it's Buhari, but it's actually El-Rufai who did that activity with the backing of Buhari, which was to go into Zaria in December 2015. As soon as they came into office, Buhari came into office with the chief of army staff, and it says that the Shia were blocking his way, the way of the chief of army staff. So they came out there and they used machine guns and wiped out a bunch of people, like hundreds of people initially. But then they went back into the compound of this El Zazaki. First of all, they shot El Zazaki in the eye, captured him with his wife, buried 3 of his sons. Okay, these are Muslims, but they're Shia Muslims. All together, and if you go to Google, if you Google or go to YouTube, you're gonna see it in video. So in a matter of a day and a half, they were able to buy, they admit 900 and something, right? Zazaki says a whole lot, over 1,000. And they buried them in mass graves. El-Rufai. And then he conducted a hearing and all that. He admitted to only 300 and something people. But that's still a lot of people. El-Rufai was responsible for that massacre of our fellow citizens. I don't like the Shia. I don't like any Muslims in politics because they're holding us down. But they deserve all the human rights anybody else enjoys. You cannot go there and take their lives carelessly the way he did. And he hasn't paid for it because there's nobody to hold him accountable. So anybody like his son or anybody who comes out and say, you know what, I'm going to go mainstream, I'm going to go populist, I'm going to try to care about us buying cars every year. First thing you have to do is to repudiate your father and say, what he did there was genocidal. I repudiate him. Before, you have to have that catharsis before you can be allowed into committee of honest Nigerians. Yeah, Matt.
Mr. Panther, you know why we're having this problem?
Yeah, go ahead.
In Nigeria, you know why we're having this problem? You see, we like me, you, we've already understood and have some in-depth analysis of, because we backed it up with history of Nigerian situation. Many of Nigerians, they don't really understand the historical antecedent of our country. They are finding it hard because they are still in love with that concept, quote and unquote Nigeria. They are still in love with it and they don't know how to push it. When we say, oh, we try an idea, say, let's check, let's see how we're going to do the constitution. Some people are still talking about it is the person and not the constitution. You can see the kind of thing, the kind of ideological clashes that is going on in their head. They don't understand how they are going to merge history with reality of what is happening now. And these are things that have been spoken before we were born. These people have spoken it. Even the British spoke about this concept called Nigeria. We did not name ourselves. We have never been opportune to even sit down to rename ourselves. We are still taking what the so-called people that came to invade our land. We are still using their own. Just take a look at our judicial structure. Very archaic. It cannot conform with the 21st century, and we are still, and people that have read, that have professors in law, they are still indulged, soaking themselves into this thing that it's never going to give us a headway to the promised land. And now, when we speak the reality, they will say we hate the country. You see, that's where they want to box us that believe in. It's either we sit down to speak about it, or we do it in such a way that it becomes a confederation so that we can grow at our own pace. We compete among ourselves. Then you can call it United States of Africa or whatever you want to call it. But let us grow as we want to grow at our own will. But the Nigerian concept, they still believe, we are one Nigeria. I don't know the definition of one Nigeria and that they have, and the definition of my freedom. I want to rise at my own pace without not being cut down or cut short. They've not been able to really coerce those things together and find a very promising way forward so that we can start believing that, no, this thing we call amalgamation is not going to work. It will never, it's not a course. It's not a course. It's not like we go to the laboratory, you bring oil and water, you put them together, and you are believing that it's going to mix. How? When those things, they don't have the properties of those two things, they are not the same.
You know,
how is it going to mix?
I don't begin to change my mind on that. I believe that we are being effeminate when we say, okay, let's go ahead and break it up because it's not going to work. Because those people say they want conquer us, they want Islamize us, they want to do this. Have we thought about doing it the other way? It's going to work. We're going to be one. But we have to conquer them. They understand? In order for it to work, we have to conquer anybody who doesn't want to do the right thing, who doesn't want us to be one, who wants to conquer other people, right? We should say, you know what? We'll change our mind, like, because I was saying that's the difference now between me and Nnamdi Kanu and Simon Ekpa and those people. I'm saying we should go ahead and conquer them because most of the country can work together. Most of the country wants to be democratic. So those who don't want to be democratic, we ought to go over there and conquer them. They don't make anything, they don't go to school. Obviously, they're wrong. Nigeria, its independence was brought about by the South. And the North says, look, we're not ready. And of course, we know the rest of the bad history, but I've changed my mind. If we're going to do survival of the fittest, why should I let you conquer me? The opposite of you conquering me is me conquering you. It's not me going my way and you go your way. That doesn't make any sense. So I believe that we ought to have out the fight. If the international community wants to stop it, then they have to obey the Constitution. We have to tear out all that Sharia nonsense that's put in our Constitution. We're one polity, we're one country. Anybody who doesn't like it should get the hell out.
I think we are on both ground. We are on the same line. If we want to, because we are saying that if you cannot make us be very cohesive, you cannot make us come together to be strong and forge a common goal, an ideal, then let us do the needful.
Which is what?
Which is let's go a separate way.
No. That's what
If
I'm
they
saying.
don't want, if they don't want us,
Listen to me. That's what I'm saying. That's wrong. If you don't want us to make it work, then we ought to conquer you. Not that's what I'm saying. There's a third and more likely choice there. It's not going our separate ways. The choice that has been left out, I don't know why that's never came into anybody's
you see
mind.
why that concept of going that way now
Mhm.
will make the word Nandasque said in 1964 come to reality is what you just said now. Because when you're on the process of conquering a particular race, it will lead to a massive eruption of fight among the two sides, which the outside world will take advantage of it and make it extend it more and for a lot of atrocity to be committed. You know what happened in Congo because of the issue? You know what happened in South Sudan and North Sudan? So those are the kind of things that we were trying to avoid, and Rwanda. So those are the kind of things we are trying to avoid. That is why we are saying, let us come together, sit down, let us talk like human beings that God has created. There's nothing impossible between us that we cannot amend. Let us go that way.
Let me answer you, because this is very interesting, and you're a strong voice to argue on the other side this time. I'm happy about that. We're different. Nigeria is different. Nigeria is like Germany and Japan, as opposed to Libya and Iraq, for example. The United States helped those countries, Germany, Japan. In the case of Japan, even the US wrote a constitution for them, and then they run off to the races, and they're competing with the world, and they're in the top economies of the world, and they have their polity is stabilized. In the case of Germany, the same thing. Germany was divided into two: East Germany, which the Russians took, West Germany, which the United States and the Western Allies took. Eventually, they reunified them, but at least they made them to where they're a solid economy. They will run off to the races, and they're even beating everybody in Europe now. But in the case of Iraq, they were given their freedom, but due to their religion, they still didn't take advantage of it when the dictator was deposed. The case of Libya, the same thing, because they come from the Islamic tradition. They don't like democracy. But Nigeria will be different. Nigeria will be like Japan and Germany if we're liberated, right? If the world help us adhere to our constitution, pretty much. We're not gonna be like Iraq or Libya. We're gonna be like Germany and Japan. So I used to be of the school of thought you have, which is to say, let's divide it if it doesn't work. But the people who don't want it to work, that were begging to divide it, first of all, they won't do it. They won't let you. They believe that you are their estate. They own you. They understand? And they believe that they can conquer you. So every one of the little things that we ask for, like say, okay, hey, let's do a federal system, or let's do this. There's none of those things they're going to allow you to do peacefully. A new constitution, they won't let you do it. Go your own separate way by having a plebiscite. They won't let you do anything like that. So why ask for an impossibility, right, that is small? Why don't you ask for something bigger? My point is this. I believe that if we, all of us who are progressives, determine that, you know what, we want to be one country, we want to be Nigeria, but the way we're going to be this Nigeria is that we're going to have a secular constitution, but we're going to have to fight any reactionary forces, regressive forces, religious, conservative, or whatever the hell you call it. If you don't want to do the right thing, we're going to go to war to achieve it. And we want our cause to be just. We want the United Nations to know about it. We want Kemis of UK to know. We want Trump of the United States to know about that, right? We want everybody to know that we are a secular country. And anybody who doesn't want it, we're not going to divide the country. We're going to conquer them. I believe that it's something that you should study. Black Panther. Either way, they're not going to let you have it easy without war. They're not going to let you divide the country. We tried, went to war for 3 years to divide the country. But the difference is the alliance then was with, say, Benue Plateau, all those people in the Northeast, Yorubas, a lot of minority groups. They didn't know what we're talking about. But now they know. All the Northern Christians don't want that nonsense anymore. They're losing their lands, their forests. So the same problem, the same things we do, we're making a mistake here in the diaspora, which is to approach lobby, like the Trumps of this world. As Trump is coming in, we should have been supporting Trump and his vice president. Say, put your money where the mouth is. You say you're for Christians and you don't want Christians being subservient and abused. Here we are, we want your help. We could talk to Kemi. Hey, look, put your money where your mouth is. If you feel that the Northern kids are not, we don't have anything in common with these people, we want to conquer them. They always talk that nonsense about conquering. They can't. First of all, they can't conquer us. We Biafrans in the Southeast. We could defeat these people in no time if nobody else put their hands in it, right? Like Britain and Egypt and people like that. We'll beat them in a war in no time. But then if the northern Christians have had enough, people in Benue Plateau had enough, people in Abuja, people in the other areas, and then good Muslims had enough, good Northerners want a country that's secular. Because whether you're a Christian or you're a Muslim, you want a secular government. I don't want a Christian government because I'm a Christian. I want a secular government that protects the rights of everybody. You see, I'm the only Nigerian in this 2024 that even talks about the Shia and the treatment they got. These are Muslims in Zaria. Who was talking about
let me just come in. Professor Pansa, do you understand that during the days of the Iraqi crisis, you knew at that time Gaddafi was having a fair, relationship with the West. But suddenly something changed. Something changed. I'm still studying that portion. But I knew they had a relationship. And I also knew that when during that change, the Sunni had a good relationship with America. Because America made it to happen. The Sunni had a good relationship. But I don't know if they saw tomorrow, if the Americans saw tomorrow in them, that they are going to become what they are today. Because if you look at during when Obama was in power, you can see the relationship with the Sunni a little bit, which I myself, being a conservative, I didn't really like it. Because that does not mean that it's going to bring on peace. I didn't like the relationship he pulled with the Sunni in Iran. When he said he's going to give them some money to do this in order for them to go to build that damn nuclear plant or nuclear, whatever they call it. So I didn't like that concept of putting money forward to actualize your goal. Because you know the mindset of these people. If you give them money, they equip themselves to fight your own ally. That is why they could be able to build up to this stage where they can have missile thrown from Iran all the way passing through Yemen into Israel. So those are the things that I think, because this thing, there's a political game in this issue. That was why I even supported Trump on that issue of breaking that alliance, stopping them from, growing their nuclear plant to a level whereby it can be a weapon. Because they are growing it high now. Before you know it, they are all there because they all have underground factory of growing their nuclear arsenals. That is what the CIA have discovered. So it is like, because if you look at Iran before, Iran was a free land where you see people do things normally. They dress like English people. they party, they drink coffee. But all of a sudden, when the Sunni came in, when they overthrown, it all changed. It all changed, and the America was supporting them. It was supporting them then. Because they were playing two games, they supported the people that were there before. But when they saw that the power were shifting, they now backed the Sunni. That's why I have a problem with them.
That is my theory about Libya, by the way, and Muammar Gaddafi. But before that, let me say to people who are watching us on the comment section and everywhere, try to like and share Mr. Elvis's show. We're waiting for him to come in and close the show. Mr. Chris is not here. I would say you like, share, and if you have a little change, you also chip in for the platform, so that you guys will not be identified as those who do not. Let me see the names that are there now. You have Born a Saint, Amen Bride, them. Aboaz is there. I can't even believe it. So try to chip in. Ijedema, Rahim Ibrahim. You guys are in the late session that we have here. I want Mr. Elvis to come in, and we've got some likes. We've got some monies for the platform to help run it, and also subscribe, so that maybe next time he's gonna let us stay as long as we want. Thank you very much. Now let me tell you something.
And that was coming. This talk and dance. That's why.
So Black Panther, let me tell you, we got lucky. See, we Africans, we really, I mean, I don't know if it's genetic. Like I wanted Mrs. Or Miss, or Madam. What's her name that I just left not long ago? Madam Rita to talk about, because I think she's hinting about it's in our blood or something like that. You know that maybe they didn't tell us. I believe, now this is my belief, I don't have proof of this, but I'm a very smart guy. When I look at something, I could pretty much tell you what it is. And I haven't been wrong yet. I believe that the Libyan dictator, Muammar Gaddafi, he's somewhat of a hero with Nigerians, especially I see some Nigerian Christians, Southern Nigerians, and they say, hey, look, he destroyed Libya, he did this. Like Libya is in Africa, that kind of thing, which is pure nonsense, right? Libya got himself into trouble. He has a lot of oil, he's a playboy, he's got a lot of money, he's living this weird lifestyle. But in 1988, he carried out a terrorist bombing where he sponsored it. This bombing exploded over Lockerbie, Scotland, I believe. And he didn't admit it. But then he went into the shit list of Western countries, right? They looked at him as a terrorist who did that. But meanwhile, so he came up in his head, what he wanted to do was to unify Africa to be like a force against Westerners, like United States and people like that. He wanted to build some kind of a hegemony in Africa where he'll be the one leading it. But my hunch is that in this ulterior motive, he was trying to create an Islamic thing. And we were going to be the victims of it. So the Westerners, they're not afraid of him doing anything like that. They didn't really care. They could get the oil money and all that they got from him because he's also like a spy for them, just like Saddam Hussein. But they didn't like what he put together for us Christians. That's what the problem was. See, what happened when they finally went in there with Madam Clinton, they went in there and destroyed that evil empire he was trying to create, because first of all, he had no respect for his own people. They have different tribes and stuff like that in Libya, but he wasn't popular among everybody, right? So they destroyed it, but we saw the blowback, what this guy was planning for us. The people that came back from Libya, they were armed. That's who's been buying people in Nigeria. For, if you remember when Buhari came in, he was using that as an excuse. These people were getting ready for us. The Muslims were going to take over Africa. That's actually what he's planning. In my opinion, I don't have any proof of this, but I'm smarter than proof. Black Panther, maybe you don't know that. So the way I looked at it, when those people came back, if they were looking out for us, would they come back and start buying people all over the place in Nigeria? They flooded our country with weapons. They were killing a lot of Christians, kidnapping people, doing all kinds, including everything we saw in Chibok and all that stuff. So my thing is, I'm telling people who say that Gaddafi was a hero, they just don't have any imagination. They don't have any sense. Do you think if not Muslims who are conservative, if they could get along with Hindus in India and Pakistan would still be one country? It wasn't possible. And Hindus are very peaceful people, more peaceful than Nigerians. And they look alike, Indians and Pakistanis. But they couldn't do it. The world hasn't figured out a way to do it. If you go to Israel, these are Hamas and Palestinians. They look just like their cousins, the Jews. They could get along there, but they can't. The Jews and these Muslims cannot get along. So since caveman started, you've never had where these traditions get along. It's impossible. So now it's going to be Nigerians who are going to figure it out, as dumb as we are in international relations. These people are threatening us. They're going to conquer us, dip their Quran in the Atlantic. And what are we talking about? We want to break away. Is that not even a teenager, a teen girl?
See, Mr. Pamsat,
You want to break away. You want to go and conquer them. Yeah, go ahead.
Yeah, I still have one thing in me. Mr. Chimeze, you're making noise.
Oh,
I still have one thing inside of me that is still telling me, and I think I've been saying it for long, that if you look at the people from the Sahel, which you and I know who I'm really speaking to, they are like children roaming the wilderness looking for whom to devour. And you know, whenever somebody is coming to devour, he's also coming to steal. That is the way I see them, and they've proven it several times. You see, they are not going, they cannot conquer. The reason why I'm saying, if you look at the belt of Nigeria, they've not been able to cut across the belt despite having a successful one in Kwara State. They've not been able to really do. The reason for this is that the world is evolving, and people are getting little bit by little, as low as it is in some areas, but Nigerians are becoming aware of situation because they made it so loud with this terrorist stuff that they brought in. A lot of people have risen to that level of red alert, whereby they know these people, they are coming, but still, why are they particularizing in the area where mineral resources are? Those are the fundamental questions. Because the way the Nigeria is structured, despite our politicians are corrupt and they are forming alliance, when it comes to you want to conquer, how will you go about it in a state where you have Christians are more, forget about this rubbish they are saying, Christians are more than the Muslims. How are you going to do it?
Maybe by double.
Yes, how are you going to do that? And the Christians are not, everybody are not the same, but the Christians are, they are stronger. It's just because we are not violent. The Christians are stronger because it has been proven time and time again that we are intelligent and we are stronger. Now, they are not knowledgeable. They are not smart. People think they are smart. They're not smart. If they think they want to conquer us, it's not going to be possible because the West, the South have alliance with the West. And that alliance is strong, and they wouldn't want a place like Nigeria, which is very strategic, that has one of the longest river beds the longest river bed in the entire West Africa. They have the longest river side. So they wouldn't want that to happen because of interest. And if you look at it very well, the way it is, because if you look at this, a lot of the mineral resources are being stolen, which is quite clear. And that's why they brought in these insurgents to make sure that those people on that place where the mineral resources are, they are taking off. Then they put their people there to guide it while they explore. And that's the reason why you see they don't want to get hold of the they don't want this tax reform itself to come into place, because if it come, it will open that arena that people will now be focusing on what will make them grow, and they'll be focusing on the mineral resources so that they can get more tax and they can grow. Because human beings we are, we have a tendency of occupying in order for us to exist. So that gap, that arena will be open if if they really want, if the government push it and we have the tax law, that will expose them. That is why they are pushing back. Because as it is now, their plan has been destabilized. Their plan has been destabilized because many of the people that we have in the South, they are pushing for this, the tax law. And that has affected their plan. And if this affected their plan of pushing to conquer will not be there again, because the thing has been diversified now, and they don't know where the man himself in national work is going to. But they know that if there is a shift in tax law, then there is a tendency that will drive home the fiscal federalism that we want. Because if you have that now, fiscal federalism will come into place. Because if you allow the tax law to go in, then they will start enjoying the dividends of their own resources. Because now as it is, they are not using population, they peg population to 20%, while the resources is to 60%, which is what we have been fighting for. Now, if that goes take place, then if they enjoy the dividends of that very tax law, that will open the eyes of the people, and that will make the people more conscious of what's going on in their land, and they will now focus on their own government. What is their government doing? Where is the money being stolen? How is it stolen? They will be more conscious. That is why they don't want it. Because it's going to open up the fiscal federalism that all of them, everybody wanted. Because
Okay,
from the tax law will go.
I have a question
Yeah.
for you, Black Panther. From there, I agree with most things you've said that right there. But you also said that the population is a fraud.
It's a fraud now.
Yeah, it's a lot more Christian than you have Muslims in Nigeria. It's not even close, maybe double. But the question I have for you, by the way, before I ask you the question, you also know that we in the South, obviously, we're not paying attention to the cries of people in Benue Plateau. They're being massacred over there. They put in IDP camps. Their farms are taken over. I mean, you have scores killed maybe weekly there. Scores. And they're crying out. Nobody's helping them. You have these people come and take over their forests, take over their farmlands. This used to be the food basket of Nigeria. The protagonist of the war, the genocidal war against Nigerians in the southeast, was carried out by Mr. Gowon, who is from there. He doesn't care about his people, even though this is happening. You never see him. He always like one Nigeria, I love Nigeria, and all that nonsense, right? But he doesn't give a damn. But my question that I don't think you're giving me a clear answer, because your initial position is that if we can get it together, we should make Nigeria strong and beautiful, one country, no problem. But if we cannot, if it's conclusive that we cannot, that we should go our separate ways, a lot of people hold that position. And I think it's because they haven't thought about the third possibility. There's a third option that will have the same result as the first one, that will prevent us from going our separate ways. That third option is to turn around and have the rabbit carry the gun and chase the hunter. That third option is to turn around and drive these people out of the country who are invaders. I don't care how long ago it was. If you're not a true Nigerian and you're on a conquest and you're proud of conquering the Hausas, Islamizing them, and a lot of them they've had it now. Even the Hausas, they've had it. They want equity. They want justice and fairness in their region. People definitely in the middle of the country, like Plateau, Jos Plateau, and then Christians in the north all over, which is sizable. For example, I know for a fact that, now this is my own knowledge, that I told you that I know a lot. And what I know is sacrosanct. It's usually scientific because I go by facts. I'm not going by opinion here. When I do, it will be an educated opinion. I believe in Kaduna is probably 2 to 1 Christians. There are more Christians, about twice size of Christians in Kaduna than you have Muslims. And in Kano it's probably about 50-50. And that you have a lot of Christians in the north, they just cannot talk because they're ashamed of themselves what they did to us. And they have no way of saying we helped Nigeria fight a genocidal war against our fellow Christians. So they don't want to tell us. They rather remain quiet because they're ashamed of what they did. But they don't know where Christians will forgive all that is forgiven. So my question to you is this. That third option, what's wrong with it? Knowing that these recalcitrant people are not going to let you divide the country. They believe that you're conquered, you've got something they want, and they're going to take it, right? So if you want to tell me your position on that, if you need time to think about it, think about it. I'm saying, because you already said, they cannot defeat us in a war. Good Nigerians. Now, who are we? We are people who believe in secular constitution. Unity
if you look, sorry to cut you. If you look at the third option you are giving, if we got to consider the third option, which is not bad, you should have a wide range of options to make it more accommodating. Now, if we got to look at the third option needs to be systematic. And the ideal that will make people believe in that third option need to be well elaborated for people to understand. Because when you try to do, let's say, what they are doing, and you try to do it the other way around, don't you think that in few people, because definitely there's going to be people that will go into that ideal space they're talking about. Don't you think that might scare the people to push a little bit back because they don't want something that will upset in such a way that it will not evaporate and nobody can hold it and manage it very proper? Because when you talk about doing it the other way around now, you have to have a mechanism where they're able to hold it and control it for it not to escalate.
Let's put it in practical terms then. You there for your house, Black Panther, right? Somebody come in, say, ain't gonna take over your house. Maybe it's a stranger. At some point, he came, you gave him 1 bedroom. He there for your 1 bedroom. Maybe you have a 5-bedroom house. You come take the 2nd bedroom. You can't tell it say he go chase you out of this house. Say this house now belong to him. Say it's stronger than you. Then they tell him, say, okay, you know what, make we divide the house. Make you carry the 2-bedroom or 3-bedroom, come out. Make I carry my own. You go this way, me, I go that way. Now your house before. Then me, I come tell you for the house. Me say I did the house with you. I said, you know what? This guy no degree make we divide the house. Now our house before. So you understand? You know, one carry 2-bedroom, they go this way. We go cut another road, they go this way. Making they carry this road, they come in, make I carry that or they go. Now my house, but take half, make I take half. You say no, say you want to take the whole house. Then me, I come to tell you, say, you know, say Black Panther, this house now our house now. Say make we chase this guy out.
But now you agree to build the house with him now.
Even though
He say no one build with you before. Now you come bring, now you go, or now you go with trouble now.
Now Chris are here, so or are you only you?
Nah, me.
Now Chris.
Like Chris, okay, Chris. I know you want to come in. I'll listen for 10 minutes, but please deal with this issue. I will have a third option where I'm saying, not the Ghana and Simon, but they are wrong. Northern Muslims are wrong, right?
Yeah.
What we need is Nigeria, but we need to make it one polity. We need to defeat Northern Muslims. We need to make the country secular. They're spoiling for a war. Let's give it to them. What's wrong with that?
Yeah, well, do you think that will be possible? You know, even the Simon Ekpa, let me even leave out Simon Ekpa, Nnamdi Kanu. You know, clearly his own vision is to see Nigeria that ought to work for everybody. I think he has he has maxed out on all his options, and since the people will not listen, so the only alternative that he had, that he championed for, is that everybody should go. They should give him the southeast, and the rest of the people can deal with whatever nation that has left. I think that's just the way I see it. As for Simon Ekpa, I don't really know his modus operandi. I just think that something is not right about that guy. That's just me. Yeah. But I think this is a very interesting topic. It's something that I believe we should start at the beginning of the discussion. Yeah, that's how I see it. Of course, everybody understands that a bigger and stronger united Nigeria should be better for all of us. You know, it's supposed to be so, rightly so. But of course, I think just before I stepped out, you were making an analogy that you asked somebody who is a northerner that the North, do they believe in democracy? And you could see the answer that the person gave you. So clearly, how do you intend to live with people like that? How do you intend to live with people like that? People that will not believe in equity, fairness, and justice. They just want a handful of people to have access to power. And from there, they dish out power to whoever they feel like. And then they give control to the people that can pander to their whims and caprices. So how exactly do you want to live with those set of people? How exactly?
You know, let me say, and then I'll let you go on for 10 minutes. Black Panther and I have been talking, and we're eager to hear from you.
No, maybe just like 1 or 2 minutes. That should be fine. I'll just make some comment and call it.
What I'm saying is that even though, surprisingly, you postponed that elephant in the room, right? We have a constitution, and that constitution is secular. So anybody who's coming from outside of that, right, should be made to conform to it. Because a lot of people in the South, like Black Panther himself, is saying, you know what, if it's not going to work, let's separate it. Let's go your way, you go our way. They don't want that. And that's probably an option. But the other option,
Mr. Panther,
yeah.
When Gaddafi told you guys that Nigeria need to split, what should we, all of us, some of us go gaga with him?
He did say that. Yes, he did. Yes.
He said that.
Ogachimi, they make it land so that I may quick respond.
Okay, so my point I'm making, and Chris, it will be really good for you to chime in on this. I was giving Black Panther a third option. I'm saying, why should I leave my country? This country's independence was brought about by Nnamdi Kanu and others. This country is not the same thing in the 1967 70 Civil War. Right now, you have others similarly placed, like Southeasterners. For example, in Benue Plateau, it was an alliance war that was fought against Biafra. That alliance has been torn to shreds. Northern Christians know better now. Reasonable Muslims don't want anybody being discriminated against. And there's a lot of them. They don't want that. The Muslims are divided. They have Shia and they have Sunnis. You have the Yorubas now feel that their forests should not be occupied. As Kemi said, they don't have anything to do with the people in the north, with that kind of conservative thinking. So what is stopping us basically is the will to do the right thing. You have a lot of good northerners, both Christian and Muslims, who want the country to be secular. You have a lot of, virtually every Christian want a secular Nigeria. So my question to you is this: why not take the battle to them, the recalcitrant ones, right? Those ones who are reactionary, who still think that we're in the 60s. Why not go over there, take that over, and go all the way to Chad if you have to, and drain the swamp? So go ahead. I'm going to listen for 10 minutes. So take it, but give me a clear answer, because Black Panther didn't give me a good answer.
Yeah, well, I think the issues you raised, I may not do this for up to 10 minutes. The issue you raised, they are all germane. When I say they are germane, they are all interconnected, interrelated, and closely knitted together. Now, the question you ask yourself is this. You started by saying that the country is a secular nation, but is there anything secular about our nation? That the chief judge, the Supreme Court judge of a secular nation, had no law degree other than the Sharia law that he studied, and he became the Chief Justice of the Federation. That itself has taken everything about secularity to shreds. And if we talk about secularity, and can you justify the fact that we have our secular law, and yet in sections of the country, the Islamic law holds sway against the federal law, against the secular law? That's why you can have places like Kano, Kaduna, the KKK states. What do they do there, including Yobe, Jigawa? What do they do in those states? You can't sell alcohol and other stuff like that. Because if you do, the Sharia law will kick in against our secular laws. And again, to the end of your speech, we are like, okay, if we can come together with even the Muslim, let me call them the liberated Muslim, and the open Christian in the north, if we all can come together and come against this microscopic few people, few extremists in the north, and we could be able to get something out of this nation. But the question you ask yourself is this: in that vast expanse of land and the north, who are in charge? It is those microscopic few that controls everything. The likes of El-Rufai, the likes of Rabiu Kwankwaso, the likes of Buhari and his gangs. They are all scattered, dotted. Even this man that goes about doing this peace talk, Abdul Salami, is also in that clique, in that gang. They are all part of the cliche. You know, it's a niche. It's a niche group. They are not many, but they control everything. So despite the fact that the open-minded ones, the liberated ones, they are more in numbers, but yet their influence is dwarfed by the influence of that niche group, where you have the likes of Buhari. You can imagine the audacity, Mr. Pansat, After Buhari has finished it's 8 years. Atiku was bold enough to want to contest. And apart from that, these same guys, they were bold enough to present Ahmed Lawal, the Senate president. It took an uproar from everywhere before they had to step Lawal down. And that was how Lawal lost out of the Senate ticket. And he had to come back again. And still, because of that secular law, they were still able to find a way to squeeze him in. Although the same thing happened to Akbabi, but I'm just trying to paint the audacity of these people, how they don't really care. The only thing that stopped that move was when they saw that Tinubu was ready to pull the roof down on everybody, including himself. Like what what's his name? Solomon. No, it's not Solomon. This guy that killed the lion in the Bible. It was Samson. He was ready to pull the roof, and everybody would be consumed by the rubbles of the falling structure. It was when they saw that and they panicked that, okay, this could be the end of Nigeria. And if we have to lose Nigeria like this, the North is going to suffer for it. So the best we could do, okay, let's give them 8 years. Let's just allow them be. In 8 years, we'll be back in power. And doesn't it kind of stagger your imagination that Rabiu Kwankwaso could openly say during a presidential campaign that the Northerners are not ready for an Eastern president. And that's why he's never going to be the vice president to His Excellency Peter Obi. That alone should, I don't know any other presidential candidate will have the audacity to say that during a presidential campaign. But Rabiu Kwankwaso did. The secularity you talked about, I think it's more or less in our head. And it goes back to what you said earlier. I'm using all your examples that the reason these people are able to be one step ahead is because they are ready to bring down the fortress. They are ready not to play by the rule. They are ready not to play by the book. They want to get power at all costs. And don't forget, you also made mention of the fact that no Northerner will choose a Southern person as the head of INEC. And let's not forget that Jonathan was about doing that. He wanted to replace Jega, and the loudest voices were the voices from the South. You know, as long as we keep doing this, our political correctness, I don't think we are going to go anywhere. That was why I asked you that simple question, and I wanted you to answer with 1 or 2 words. And I was glad that you answered with just 1 word. That if the switching off of the beavers was to be done by a certain president, what was going to happen? When it was clear that not just somebody from the north, when it was clear that the Fulani was in the clear lead, what was going to happen? And I was glad that you said war. And then Mr. Pansard, I thought I was going to spend like 5 minutes, but it's almost the 10 minutes that you demanded for now. Let's take this home, Mr. Pansard. There are 19 northern states. If you remove Benue, Plateau, Nasarawa, which other Katsina, Kwara, maybe Kogi, yeah. You are now left with about 14 northern states. Look, Mr. Pansard, has it ever occurred to you that out of these 14 northern states, at every point in time since the advent of democracy, at least, mark my word, not at most, at least 11 of those states are being governed by Fulanis? If you take Borno, for example, there's not even the consideration of power shifting to other region of those states. Not at all. Is it in Adamawa? Is it in Yobe? Is it in Jigawa? Is it in Kaduna? Even of late, Kaduna became so bad that they usually have a deputy who is supposed to be a Christian to balance that power, sense of belonging. But El-Rufai changed that, and they vowed that they are going to try it at the national level. As long as it has worked in Kaduna, and they took it to the national level, what manner of audacity?
About one man.
So if you take every other state like that, you can see that since the advent of democracy, we've had the opportunity of changing governors 4 times, and these Fulani, they've had nothing less than 50 governors since the advent of democracy. That is a staggering amount of governors. There is no other, even say, okay, let me not hang my statement. There is no other ethnic nationality in Nigeria that can try that. Even within homogeneous group, within the southeast, for example, or let me say fairly homogeneous group, within the southwest, they still have the need to rotate power within each of the senatorial zone. But in these 14 northern states, irrespective of where the power is being rotated to, it has to be the Fulani. Take Sokoto, for example. Look at all these states that I mentioned. The reason I had to use this example is that these guys are not playing fair. And as long as we keep trying to play fair, we're always going to end up with a short end of the stick. So we have to come up with a drastic action, drastic solution. You know, I asked you another 2 questions earlier that I wanted to clarify on survival of the fittest, although you now use that word leader, as in what was that called again? There those 2 concepts they skipped my memory now, but you know what I'm talking about. Because the reason I ask you to talk about those 2 concepts, that's basically the concept that the North, that's what they are using. Natural selection, yeah, that one has come. It's like natural selection. Like I said, natural selection is the benign way of talking about survival for the fittest, which is the malignant aspect of natural selection. There's nothing natural. It's the fittest that will survive. It's jungle. And these people have understood it to the extent that they apply it in every ramification, in anything they do. So, having said that, the onus is still on us, the people from the south, to decide on the way to go. We just have to make that decision. The only light I'm even seeing in this whole game is not even what we are doing from the south, but is what the Hausas and the other ethnic nationalities in the north, what they are doing. I think the Hausas have suddenly come to the realization that they can't keep being second fiddle to these guys. And it will shock you to know that in all these states that I mentioned, most of these states, the Fulanis are not in the majority. They are not. But yet they hold sway, they hold power because of this tendency that, okay, let's just allow peace. You also said it. I've been saying so many You also said it that, say, but in your analysis, you were saying that the black man we are the most backward because how can people come and colonize you in your country and they take over everything? Do you also know that when we talk about colonialism, we always look at it from the perspective of the white people, but we forgot that the Fulanis were never part of this system. They did exactly the same thing in the north, and we are blind to it. If we talk about colonialism, we only look at the west. We forgot that right at the back of our house, the Fulanis did this to the Hausas and the other northern minorities. And at the end of the day, they sacked everything that had their religion, everything, their way of life. They changed everything and imposed theirs on these people. Until today, you don't have chiefs or any of those things in the north. What you have are emirs. Completely foreign, completely foreign. But because everybody is black, we don't see this as foreign. Now, the reason I had to bring you this example, I was just piggybacking on what you said earlier on the concept of that has always been my view. Like I've told people, If you stay in your place and a group of people come to colonize you and take over everything, it is obvious they are more intelligent than you. There's no other way I can look at it. So the Fulanis got to the north, the Gobe region, and of course, you know the history, and they came, took over everything. So it means they were way, way ahead of the people they came to meet there. There's no other way to look at it. Mr. Pansal, I think I've spent like 30 minutes. I would like to leave it there. And then, yeah, I think.
You did very well, as always. It's a topic, and you treated it academically. It's one of the things is that when we discuss these issues, where there's one area that we leave out as if it's a lacuna in the discussion, but it's not. When you were talking about the North, and you mentioned the map of the North, what we know colloquially as the North. I think you made an exception for Jos Plateau and that area. These people are under heavy terrorism right now, where the farms, I mentioned to Black Panther, they're losing scores, let's say a month.
Mr. Pansat, that's heavy under terrorism. Sorry, I just need to quickly cut in.
Yeah, that's okay.
It is because of the lack of balance of terror. The lack of balance of terror. Now, if we talk about terrorism in the North, it's not something I read in the papers. I have lived there and I've seen the way of life of these people there. The Gbagis, for example, they will hurt no fly. Not even a fly, they cannot.
Exactly. So that's why I'm saying it's nothing that we can be postponing. We have to look at reality right now. You give examples. You cited Sokoto, them, Zamfara, them, Katsina, Kano, Jigawa, Yobe, Borno. You emphasize Borno a little bit more. KB, even Niger, especially the northern part of Niger and all that. And then Kaduna, Bauchi, Gombe, all those areas. What you have to understand is that in those areas, you have a lot of minorities, you have a lot of Christians who are deprived of their rights right now. And it's not academic to say we don't have a geographic problem. It's not the North against the South. It's just the way these colonialists, like you said, I believe they're colonialists. It was just an intersection where you had the Brits colonizing from the South and you have the Fulanis colonizing from the North. We need to take a look at the third option that I was suggesting, because it's a mistake to look at it with the aperture of the 60s, 67. A lot of these people did not know why there was a war in the country. So they sided with Nigeria, because who doesn't want to be patriotic and say go one with one Nigeria, and they just jumped in. But the actual protagonist of the war on the Nigerian side is Gowon. And his people, right now, if there's to be a plebiscite and they vote, they wouldn't want things to be status quo. They're going to want some change. They're going to fight a war on the right side of making sure that nobody dominates them or colonizes them. The same in the southeast, the same in the south-south, the same in the southwest. And then the north itself, northwest, there are a lot of people there who don't want anything other than a constitution that is secular. So people should excuse me when I use the northern Muslim and all that stuff, because good Muslims should know that's not who we meant. We don't mean the exceptions. We're talking about the rule. And I was saying to Black Panther, and I believe you also skirted the question, the main question, but I won't press it tonight. I'm saying that Those people who say, let's go and vote and divide the country, they're looking at it as a binary choice. One, you stay with Nigeria and don't make any progress and have this northern conservative people who wants to conquer the whole country and Islamize it, keep doing what they're doing, terrorizing the country, not going to school, making no progress at all. Or then we divide it, they go their way, we go our way. Now, that second option will be attractive if they will say, okay, let's vote. Let's do it that way. To get that, you also have to fight them war by war. You cannot get it. Either going to remain this way or you fight them to divide it. But I'm saying there's a third possibility, which is to say, okay, we want this country to be one, but in order to do that, we have to conquer you. Black Panther says, if you put it up, if you put in those terms and you're gonna say you're gonna do exactly what they're doing, which is wrong, you're not gonna have any sympathetic ears because most people don't do things that way. War has been given a bad name. What's wrong with a war? Other countries fight wars. It should be the last resort. That's true. But if you're a young man and you're in a war, you still can be on the internet.
Oh, Mr. Pansat, you know, with the community guidelines here, we don't really promote
Okay,
anything.
I don't want to radicalize it, but I'm just saying by definition, what
We
I'm
don't
saying
really,
is
we don't really promote anything like that.
I'm not promoting it. I'm saying
Yeah,
I'm describing reality. What happens when
yeah, I
you're
know.
in a state of war, right? You get
But
girls.
it's just one
on-
thing we don't
Okay,
champion at all.
all right, very well.
Yeah, I've
So
never seen that as a solution on this
no,
platform.
okay, that's true. I'm glad you reminded us about that. But we have to then do something, which is, I'm saying that at least we should say we're going to make it one country, but it has to be a secular country. Meanwhile, we don't want just plateau people not able to go to their farms, getting by. We don't want Dele Farotimi, people like that. Shut down. We don't want people. What's the gentleman that's taking refuge in Ghana right now? Showaways of this world, and the guy in Ghana. I mentioned his name earlier, but it eludes me right.
The investigative journalist.
Yes.
Yeah, I'm trying to remember his name as well. The guy has kind
Is
of
it David? Is Hyundai?
Hudain.
Yeah, Hyundai. Yeah, yeah. Well, you're from Edo State, right? Yourself, Chris. You're from Edo State.
Yes, I am Edo State.
Okay. So if these people we go and we spend $400 billion and we go for an election, a plebiscite, and they just shut up the beavers like they did, and they will have to suffer another 4 years, and we wait, and they've taken over the Supreme Court. You could tell there's a problem here. It's a problem that needs to be resolved before 2027. Something has to be done, Chris. Something has to be done right now about just plateau people and what they're going through. Something has to be done. I don't understand why we would even be on a platform talking all day without talking about that.
Yeah, we do talk about them, Mr. Pansal. I think the things that has to be done. Um, the people on the plateau, they have enough men like T.Y. Danjuma the other time who made it very clear, a clarion call to his people that, look, you guys, you have to do something. You have to fight for yourself. Otherwise, these guys are going to take over your entire community, your livelihood, everything. I think he made that clarion call. But to think that we should champion it from our end, I don't think that is a possibility.
But it's us. It's us. They are us.
No, the only thing we can do is to raise the awareness like we are doing. We raise the awareness. And in all sincerity, people in the plateau, the non-Muslim, they are really doing their bit. They are fighting back. They are fighting back, but because of federal might and, you know, yeah, Mr. Pansat.
That's what I'm saying. We need overwhelming force. We need overwhelming force to stop even that happening to them. We have to add our, as a matter of fact, we should make a week or so that we're going to talk about nothing else but Benue Plateau.
Yeah, Mr. Pansat, there used to be, I think we used to have a lady that usually comes here. I think she's from somewhere around there. I don't know if you've met her. You could see.
They have heard a very smart lady. Yeah.
Yeah. You could see the passion in her voice and stuff like that. They are doing their beat, Mr. Pansat. They are doing their beat over there. And the culture over there is completely different from the culture here. It's really, some of these things, they are not things people can fully give life to by explanation. It's only when you live amongst them that is when you realize how malleable, if I can use that word, malleable these people are, and how quickly forgiving they are, and how trustworthy they are, and how will I say that they are always bowed, not because they are afraid or anything, but it's just the culture. There's no culture of confrontation. There's no culture of argument. There's just a culture of live and let's live.
All right, we can hang it on that. I still believe that this is probably not a platform to talk about that, but I am on the move to try to have us take justice down there. In essence, we have to
it's a good suggestion. Taking justice. I like that word. Take justice down there.
Down there, exactly. Yeah. So we can hang it for the night. It's been wonderful. Yeah. You're a very smart guy, and I'm happy we had this conversation.
Pansat, you too.
I was on the road, so I don't want
to. No problem, Ogachime.
Yeah, I was on the road, but the topic was so nice, and it is what it is. But all of this, can Nigeria agree with you? That is the thing. We all talk.
Ogachime, is it not start another topic? I mean,
can Nigeria agree with you? The masses. That's the problem.
I beg. We will not start another topic.
All right,
I think Pansat, you've spoken well.
Thank you.
Yeah.
Like I said, the third option, it's a little bit skeptical and it's not something we can. That's why I told you that it's conditional. So we can speak more on that next time, but it's conditional.
Okay.
Yeah.
Thank you, guys. Thank you, Black Panther.
Yeah, Mr. Panther, before you leave.
Yes, sir.
I really like the angle that you come from. This kind of position, if you can push it at the beginning of the discussion every day in your first 8 minutes, you can use 2 minutes to push it so that you trigger a conversation around it. Because Nigeria Watch has maintained that irrespective of the videos he played or the topic that he presents every day, it doesn't matter. You can completely change the topic and talk on anything you like. So I think the way to go, yes, now that you have set this agenda, I'm here, Black Panther is here, Ogachime is here. The way to go, if you trigger it, then we'll just pick it up and who knows?
Okay, thank you. When I come, I won't be as frequent as I've been.
It doesn't matter anytime.
But I'll be coming around and I'll do that. You are the co-host, so if you always ask questions, believe me, I will always give you my honest opinion. So it wouldn't be a bad idea if all of us who care about the situation of the country, collaborate and try to do the right thing. Mr. Davis does tremendous work, a lot of research, and we're going to try to help him as we grow in maturity in the topics that we talk about. Do you know if Dele Farotimi has been released or not? We've been on this the whole day. I don't even know what's happening on the news. I'll
I've
check
not
that.
done any follow-up. Probably in the morning. I'll
Okay.
look through the internet.
Thank you.
I
Good
think
night.
I think they are trying to work on it
So
on
Okay.
the bailout.
Okay, I think he should be free very soon. That'll be a good development. Good night, Black Panther, and good night.
Good night, my brother. All
Yeah.
grace. Sleep
It
well,
was
man.
very refreshing
Yeah.
to deal with all of you. Thank you so
Good
much
night.
for the perspective. Black Panther, now do well. Yeah.
Good night, too.
Yeah.